month of June, but also the entire fiscal year. So we'll start with the revenue reconciliation page. You can see that we receipted in our database $65,108.22. But then total receipts with interest is $66,633.27. And while we're looking at the interest for the general fund and the recovery fund, I did want to let you all know that I have let the CFO of the department, Tyler Kane, know that we are interested in perhaps moving some of our excess cash funds into our investment accounts at the Treasury. So he has been out of the office, but hopefully we'll be able to touch base on that, and I can update you all soon. Going to the general fund financial statement, the balance sheet. Our beginning fund balance for fiscal year 21 was $1,415,450. We saw a total increase to the fund of $346,233 for a current fund balance at end of month, $1,761,683. It's the highest I've ever seen it.
Thank you for answering the question. I was just about to ask. That's the highest I ever remember.
It is. So we're in kind of a unique position where some agencies anticipated COVID, impacting their financials negatively. We have seen the opposite because applications have been up. License numbers were already higher than they have been for several years. And then some of our expenses were down in a fairly significant way for a good part of the year, just by virtue of how we were working. And so I'm not sure if next year will look like this or not, but we'll of course be tracking that as we go. I did want to let you all know that I visited with CFO Kane from the department about the paying fund transfer that we have been paying to the department for the indirect costs for staff support from the executive team at the department. Now that has been coming out of our general fund as a fund transfer, but because of some special language that was added to the department's budget in the most recent budget cycle and then during the legislative session, we have to handle those differently going forward. And so we will be drafting, or they have drafted, and we will be entering into an MOU with the department. And the expenses that have been coming out as a fund transfer will now come out of the general fund operating expense, which means it will hit our appropriation. Our operating expense per appropriation is about $397,000. The fund transfers that we did last year were about $40,000. So we don't have that much cushion in our operating expense appropriation, so we will have to go to the legislature and request an increase in our appropriation. Silver lining there is, I'm assuming all, if not most, if not all of the agencies will have to do the same, because we didn't anticipate this when we were doing our appropriation for this fiscal year. So that having been said, when we do that, I will likely ask for more than what we need for the indirects, so that we can also tackle some of the IT projects that we want to do, and some of the smaller scale automations. And Heather and I were discussing this last week. We think one of the best licensing transactions to kind of dip our toes into the water of offering more online services would be license history requests, where licensees who are trying to get a license in another jurisdiction, or whose license renewal in another jurisdiction requires a license history, can go online, request the license history, pay a fee online, and then we can complete it and email it to them, and if not mail it to them. So I'd like to go ahead and add some of that into our appropriation request. So I will be letting you know what those numbers will look like in the next couple of months. So on into the rest of the general fund, you can see our revenue is up significantly year to date. And that is across the board. Our application fees are up, renewal fees are up. Of course, criminal history fees are up, but that's a pass-through because that is also an expense. And then our expenditures, our normal expenditures for the year, $1,157,671. Total expenditures with the paying fund transfer included is $1,197,783. And I'm happy to report we stayed within our budget and appropriation this year. And then you'll see the income statement on the next 2 pages that shows a breakdown of the expenses for the month. And if you have any questions on that, I'm happy to answer those before we move on to the recovery fund.
Commissioners, questions? Anyone?
Okay, the recovery fund financial statement, balance sheet, beginning fund balance, $1,120,382. Total net damages repaid, $10,621. Increase to the fund of $64,596 for a closing fund balance at year end of $1,174,357, which of course includes $302,395 in accounts receivable. I also let CFO Kay know that we will be compiling an abatement package so that we can charge off some of our uncollectible accounts. This is a great time to do that because as Kristen is working on the closing books for the year, she will have to identify our uncollectibles. And so at that point, we'll start the abatement process.
Andrea, if I recall, we discussed the charge of the newsletter against the recovery fund as we're allowed to do. But that didn't show up. Is it reflected in for now?
It's still in the general fund. I'm not quite sure why it didn't make it into the recovery fund, but it will moving forward.
Okay, first, I just want to make sure that we're, Ms. Kaufman, I was talking about this morning, that we have another one upcoming. We need to be sure to get that
Yes.
over here on this side, right?
Yes.
There's plenty of money there to do it. Do we have an idea about what that costs us?
I can tell you what it used to cost us. Melissa?
It was around 2,500, I believe, for the printing, and it was around 1,100 for the postage.
So we're gonna bring that in, $4,000 to $5,000. Once upon a time, it was quite a bit more expensive than that, if I recall.
Yes, it was around 16,000.
That's the number that I remember hearing, not arguing, discussing. And so, that's, well within its balance, I think. Commissioners comment on any of that? Okay, very good. Probably, you need a motion to approve financials?
Yes, please.
Motion to approve financials. All in favor, signify by aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Financials approved. All right, Ms. Crawford, next.
Next, we have a slew of consent orders, and I'm going to hand it over to AREC Supervisor Garrett to present those.
Commissioners, if I may have one moment, because of the number of consent orders we're going to handle, I need to ask Director
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
Alford for just a moment.
We'll go off the record for a few minutes here and get back in a second.
All right. Okay, Commissioner Moore,
That was fast.
I told you I just needed a moment, so.
All right, so we'll go back on the record and back to you there, Ms. Garrett.
So we have a number of consent agreements, and we are going to start with the most difficult one first. What I'm going to do is hand these out to you, and then I'm going to walk you through the case because it's larger than your standard consent agreement. And then if you want to take a moment to read through it after that point, of course you can.
So Commissioners, in reiteration of what Ms. Garrett just said, that's how my preference is to listen to her, explain it, give her insight, off the record for a few minutes, give you time to study it and get your thoughts and then come back up, okay? So Ms. Garrett, you have it.
Thank you, Chairman. The first consent order stems from 2 complaints that were filed with our office. The first complaint came in from a tenant who had been renting a home through an Arkansas licensed principal broker. They rented the home for a couple of years. At the end of 2017, the principal broker did not submit the last rent payment to the owner. And at that point, the owner notified them that they were ending the property management agreement. The owner did not receive the last month's rent. The tenant did not receive the security deposit. So the funds were left with the principal broker. At that point, the principal broker's license had been inactive since the end of October. And so the principal broker had been practicing as a property manager for November and December. So that was the start of the complaint process. Not long after that, the owner of the property also filed a complaint due to the lack of the remittal of those last rental income amounts. We also discovered through the course of the investigation that the principal broker changed the name of his firm, notified the commission that he would no longer have a trust account, that he would be using an escrow account, but he continued to accept rent payments from the tenants and deposited those into an account which was not a trust account, which was on file with the commission. The principal broker also changed firms and became the principal broker of a firm that he did not own. He signed a new lease with a tenant during that time under the name of the new firm, but continued to not deposit funds into that firm's trust account. For the last 3 months, the principal broker instructed the tenant to wire the rent payments to his wife, rather than send a check or send it to a business account or trust account. At the time that the 2 complaints came in, we could not get a response from the principal broker. The license had expired. We attempted to contact the respondent multiple times through every address and email address and phone number that we had in the system for this broker. We contacted the owner of the firm, which was the last firm that the respondent had worked for. They also tried to find the respondent. After they terminated him, he no longer responded to their attempts at communication either. We subpoenaed the bank records from the 2 trust accounts that we knew about, and the banks were very forthcoming, providing that information for us. And between that and the records that were provided by the owner and the tenant, we were able to build the transaction records. And I want to be clear about the amounts of money. there was a pet deposit, a security deposit, 1 month's rent, and $1,000 in repair funds that had been deposited with the property manager by the owner of the home. Blake Miller, while he was here with us, did his utmost to find the respondent and get a response. And we tried several different addresses and we couldn't find him. This spring, we decided that it was time to go ahead, schedule a hearing, and we would basically do what we've done on other hearings where we've had difficulties finding the respondent. We would send out as many orders and notices of hearings as we had addresses. In that process, we were able to locate the respondent and we were able to get in touch with them. We issued the order and notice of hearing for the June meeting, and within a couple of days, the property manager responded, contacted our office and notified us that he was sending checks for the 2 complainants. And so at the end of the consent order, you will see, which it is item number A28. The respondent sent a check in the amount of $2,300 for the tenant and $2,900 for the owner of the property. Those funds made both complainants whole. The complainants came to our office, picked up those cashier's checks. They were cashier's checks, not personal checks. And I asked them to notify me if there was any issues with the checks. We have not heard back that there were any issues with the 2 checks. So at this point, both of the complainants have been made whole. We then issued the consent order to the respondent. The reason we did this, the respondent's principal broker's license has been expired since the beginning of 2018. We wanted something to go on the formal record, which would also require the respondent to appear before the commission if they ever attempted to apply for reinstatement of their real estate license.
Okay, Commissioners, thank you, Ms. Garrett. Questions that you may have? And then we'll go off the record for a few minutes and let you review and contemplate and come back. Anything right now for her?
Could I just make one comment?
Yes,
We
ma'am.
were in the process of, Heather and I had actually already had what we call a hearing prep meeting. We were ready to go forward with this when he sent the checks. And then we just thought that we would go ahead with the consent order so that we could rope him into having to appear if he ever sought reinstatement.
I have one gap in your story that you might help me with. He was PB of another company during a time when one of these violations occurred.
Yes,
That company so they were here, he leaves that company and we have all this, but what about the liability they had for having him as their PB?
so as PB of the firm,
Mm-hmm.
he was liable for his actions of that firm. When they terminated him and hired a new principal broker immediately when he was
Based
terminated.
on this action?
Based on other actions, that were not related to, they were actions that they were just uncomfortable with his actions, but they were not, there was not evidence of other violations against consumers in that time period. They did cooperate with us.
I was going to say that was my.
Yes. So they cooperated
You
with
have to
us,
stay today, I'm just saying. So,
and they checked their records. They supplied their trust account records to us to make sure that he had not removed funds from their trust account or deposited funds inappropriately. they don't have a lot of action, or they didn't at the time have a lot of action in, or activity in their trust account, so their trust account was fine. There was no evidence that he had been.
So none of this paint necessarily splashed over on their conduct, is what you're saying?
Correct, yes, yes, sir.
Well, let's go off the record then, unless there's other questions, and let you review for a few minutes, give you a nod when you're ready, and come back. All right, so, Commissioner, let's go back on the record. Mr. Garrett, if you will allow us, we'll have some questions. So, Mr. Go ahead. Any? Walter?
So it's apparent to me,
Yeah.
it's apparent to me that the only reason that the money was paid was to use it.
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part of that.
The only reason that the money was paid was because he knew he was gonna have to appear before the commission. Right? Yes.
Probably true. And I will also add that Heather was very persistent in making actual contact with the respondent. We were not, in this case, we were not satisfied with the idea of serving public notice by the newspaper in whatever county we thought he was in. she did some creative research and was able to locate him.
And if we had published notice where we thought he was, we would have been about 4 hours wrong in distance. I mean, it was, it's a drive from here.
I just say with his actions and, not being very responsive in anything, that, I wish there was something more we could do. Just be truthful with you.
Had he still been actively licensed or even inactive, it may have been different. We may have moved for a little stiffer penalty. But since the license has now been expired, he can't just renew the license. He would actually have to go through the application process. And because of the length of time that has passed, we have not received any additional complaints at this point. If we were to receive additional complaints, they would have occurred after the license. They would have either occurred after the license expired, or they would have occurred while the license was still active, which would make them outside our statute of limitations. So at this point, if we were to receive complaints that he was conducting unlicensed activity while the license was expired, we can, and we did leave that language in this consent agreement that we still have jurisdiction.
Yeah, I understand, and I know that's probably all we can do. I don't like it. But.
If you look at A 22, 23, 24, real quick, those pages are not numbered, so I'm not sure. A 22, 23, and 24, those are rent paid by wire transfer,
Yes,
$1,880 on October 31st and November 7th.
yes,
Is that the money that you just testified that was wired, that he corrected the kid's wires his wife's account?
yes.
Is that not fraud? Does that reach to a felony?
I would have to pull the criminal statute before I could say, but it doesn't smell good. It doesn't smell good, but I would have to check the criminal statute.
I mean, to me, that's a very obvious intent to deceive, and in fact, he's specifically directing and send this to my wife's account.
Yes,
So could we do, even though I understand Brother Walker's frustration, I agree with it. There's probably not much left to do, but what about a referral?
Are
We
you,
refer that to prosecutor?
we could possibly refer it to the Attorney General or to the Pulaski County prosecutor.
I mean, am I wrong, madam? Is that not fraud?
I think I have absolutely no problem whatsoever with sending something to Larry Jegley's office, the prosecutor in Pulaski County, and saying that, we don't know if it's something that he would pursue, but we would like to put him on notice in case it is something he would like to pursue, that we believe that these were fraudulent wire transfers in the course of business of, a real estate transaction, and we felt duty bound as, to report that.
Okay, so commissioners, comment on that. Any thoughts there?
I'm assuming the wife doesn't have a real estate license?
she does not.
She still participated now. She participated, that's her account that was being wired into. To me, that's just an obvious Felony, that's a felony to mean that they have been diverting funds from the owner specifically into the county's wife, which makes her covered. By wire transfer, which could be federal. So, commissioners, I don't know if we need anything specific to that because we'll have to have a motion to grant this consent order. But do you anybody have a problem asking Ms. Davis to pursue the referral? Okay, all right, so Ms. Davis. Sure. You would take that from us.
I'll be happy to, thank
I
you.
would like to hear back whenever they find, if you find out something from that.
I will.
And then secondly, how about the motion? A motion to approve the consent order, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Is there just as an aside?
Yes, sir.
You know what he's doing now?
We do.
Yes, we do, and it is not real estate related, and it is not, he is not in a position of fiduciary responsibilities.
Yeah,
Can I
it
make
might be, you can say what it is, he might have a fiduciary responsibility to take, to have trust fund, taxes for his employees withheld and remitted to the Department of Finance and Administration.
that is true.
He has an ice cream
He has
shop
an ice cream shop.
in a resort town north of here.
Well, we certainly can't control what a prosecutor does, but I think we can do the best we can to say, be careful.
I'll be happy to make that referral with a cover letter.
Thank you. Very good.
And I'll copy Andrea so she can put it in the file.
I'd like that, and then Andrea to, even for our distribution into the courts to say that we refer that to the prosecution. I think folks need to know when we see something that reaches to that level, that we're going to do what we can to pass it up to the proper authority. Okay, commissioners. Well, I feel pretty confident of that, but I also feel pretty confident if we take somebody else's money, convert it to Washington account, wire transfer. There's some other entanglements there, not just ours. Okay, so let's go to the next one.
Okay, our next, consent order, we have two consent orders that are for applicants, and so we're going to do those two next.
Very good. So let's turn these in. Little things. Ready for the next one. I think we have a lot of these today, so let's go. Now, are there two here, Ms. Garrett, or are there one?
There's one,
One, okay, but they're both of them be similar to that.
no,
No,
I can go ahead and hand out both if you like. Would you like me to hand out both so you can read both?
that's okay. Let's take one.
Okay.
You'll tell us about this one?
Okay, oh, I'm sorry, you got any copy of?
Yeah.
So this consent agreement was actually handled by Senior Investigator Ebel Moore, so he will, answer any questions you have.
Tell us a little about it.
Oh. Well, in this matter, this particular applicant was charged with misdemeanor battery, third-degree battery. And she was ordered to pay fines, costs of $1,075, but she received work performance credit for doing some work in the church. And as I understand, for this particular applicant, this particular matter was chosen for consent order really based on the nature of what went on with this particular battery
us read through the minutes, Mr. State second. You read through and see if you have additional questions. Or okay, so Mr. Ward, one question I would have, sir, if you would help me with, that is, I see those payment arrangements here that were made, for all fines and, restitutions paid.
Yes, sir.
So she has nothing outstanding.
No, there's
Nothing
nothing.
that you can discuss, okay? Secondly, is there anything on her background check, I don't see any picture, anything else, no other,
No, it's nothing else.
nothing else on the background check?
Yes,
Okay. All right, so, Commissioner's other question? I need a motion, please.
I make a motion that we approve the consent order.
Have a motion of Commissioner Sparks to approve. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. So order carried. Thank you, Mr. Ward.
Okay, Commissioner. We have one more applicant. Consent agreement.
Bless you.
Who's presenting this?
You
You don't have it? Yes. Okay, all right. So tell us a little about this one, sir.
Yes, sir. This particular applicant was convicted of theft of property. And this applicant failed to pay the fines that were ordered. She later, she committed, she parked in a handicapped parking space, got ticket, found out there was a warrant for the non-payment of those fines. So she did turn herself in and was convicted of the failure to appear. And she was initially issued a payment arrangement that she would start making payments of $100 a month beginning in May. Her initial fine and cost total, I believe, was $965 after the second conviction. But with the condition that had she made fixed payments on a regular basis of $100 a piece, that the other $365 would be waived. And this applicant did pay about $600, so the other $365 would be waived.
How long has it been since this?
I think it was a couple of years from the first initial conviction, but a couple of months from the final conviction. It was in 2021.
What was the nature of the first charge?
It was,
What was it?
I'm not really sure what she had done, other than the death by receipt. And forgive me because I should have checked on it again. But she wasn't convicted.
She was convicted.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Which actually, the time period of that conviction was within our 5 years of that period.
Yeah, about the city,
In an email, it said to you, it said they ran the license plate and it came back stolen. License plate on the car, and I was driving my boyfriend's car at the time.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that what it was?
Yes, sir.
That was, Mr. Ward, I believe that
Well,
that was
one
when
of the-
she found out that there was a warrant for her arrest.
Right, that's in the handicap parking space.
The original misdemeanor theft by receiving is in and of itself not something that we would typically bring to you. It is not disqualifying. The issue is that she picked up the failure to pay fines. And so because of the recent nature of this charge, she did need to request a waiver because she had the outstanding fine payments. But she has made the efforts to bring that permit, and so we felt confident that we could handle this by consent agreement rather than a hearing.
It also appears she has a principal broker.
Yes.
Yeah,
So just so I understand, so she was convicted of theft by receiving, but that wouldn't be a disqualifying event?
Because it is a misdemeanor. It is not, it doesn't raise to the level of a disqualifying conviction. Yes.
And I'm gonna piggyback on that. There are some instances where even though this conviction is not strictly named in the disqualifying offenses under Act 990, we would still have the authority if the circumstances weren't egregious enough to pursue that under our own statute. That covers kind of a catch-all for any issues like that. But when it's theft by receiving, when it's a lower threshold amount, that's typically something that can be open.
So Mr. Ward, over on C2, it indicates that she had an FTP failure to pay. Has a class A number of C2. She has a debt by receiving of less than $1,000. She has a attempt for failure to pay. She has a failure to appear also. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ready to report? Say. So we have a motion to approve.
All those in favor of approving this order, by aye. Opposed? Aye. I believe the motion carried. Motion carried. I do not like failure to appear. To me, that's a snub in your nose in the court. I have a problem with that. Yeah, sort of say, so, that's an issue for me.
Yes, sir.
But, motion carried. All right, next.
Okay, so the following consent agreements that we have fall into three categories. These are all principal brokers who had an issue with renewing on time for their 2021 license. And if you will permit me, I'm going to explain the three categories. If you'd still like to look at them and an example of each of them, I can do that. But we thought it might be easier to just kind of explain what we did and the fines that we have outlined, the fine that we have outlined. And then if you'd like to receive an example of each category, we have this available for you.
Okay, so real quick, we do that.
Yes.
We all have, these names, we don't want to have any reason that would be something that we use ourselves over. We got a lot of brokers over here. Any names that creates an issue?
Not on the last thing.
I third say for anything there, okay, just we'll make sure we're good. All right,
Okay.
so let's go by the lump sum then, everybody's good, and see if you don't feel good at any point, then we'll further break it down. That's fair enough. But I can tell me if that happens.
Okay.
So let's proceed.
So we broke this into three different categories of principal brokers. One, principal brokers who had expired more than once in the last 3 years. This is stemming from the instructions of the commission earlier this year. The second group were principal brokers who failed to renew on time, or failed to renew prior to the license expiry, and they had at least one licensee licensed under them at the time that their license expired. Then we had one principal broker who had expired twice in the last 3 years and had a licensee under them. So the first group was those principal brokers who had expired more than once in 3 years. The second group was they expired once and had licensees under them at the time they expired. And the third was just one principal broker, and that principal broker expired more than once and had a licensee when his license expired the second time.
So commissioners, for those of you who may not recall, we have put more of a burden than the repeat offenders have traditionally felt the right of being a repeat offender. If a licensee is under a principal broker license, then that no one can practice in that firm, they're all expired. So that's the egregious, that means they're unauthorized or unlicensed practice. So that's how come the steps are put in there. Did I do a good job of that, Madam?
Yes, so in this case, the commission had instructed us that you all wanted consent agreements at 350 and a letter of recommendation filed. And so that's what we have outlined for these 11 principal brokers. There are still 4 that are outstanding that have until the end of this month to respond. And per the commissioner's request at the last hearing, if they fail to respond, then we will go ahead and proceed for a hearing, an order notice of hearing. But these 11 principal brokers have all responded. They have all paid the $350. Most of them responded very quickly. Some of them called and asked some questions. Others called and said, yes, I did this. What do I need to do to take care of this? And they have, like I said, all 11 of these have paid the $350.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask a question.
Yes, sir.
Can you give me some time frames of how long these licenses will expire?
Most of them were pretty quick. And if you hold on just a second, I can be very specific with you, except for this. Most of them were, they renewed in January. Their license was renewed sometime in January. January 20, January 15th, and then one was as early as January the 5th. There weren't any in this group that were long-standing. There weren't any that allowed their licenses that expired into March. It was, in these cases, they were off sometime in the month of January that they submitted their renewal. Most of them were in the first part of the month.
All
Yes.
okay, other questions? Commissioner? All right, need a motion on these 11.
Yes, and if you would, I'd like to read those numbers so that they are on the record. 3692, 3696, 3697, 3698, 3700, 3702. That's one group. 3699. That's another group. 3694, 3701, 3704, and 3706.
There are some numbers you called out, I do not have on mine.
Yes, sir. We had some last minute folks that got them to us at the end of last week, and we went ahead and brought them before you today to go ahead and get those taken care of.
But we still have another group coming, right? That's not-
Yes, sir.
That's just this one group. Okay. I need a motion.
Make a motion to approve all this.
The motion is that we approve all that said work. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Thank you,
So
Commissioners.
11 down. Thank you very much. Well done, that. Let's go to the next.
These are all of the consent orders.
Oh, that's it.
That's it. You've done it.
Okay, so let's go ahead. Our 10 o'clock, Ms. Officer is not here, is that correct?
That's correct. We,
Okay.
our next hearing is at 11 a.m.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take 5 minutes, do a little break here, and we'll come back in about 5 to 10 and get started on the rest of it. How about that? handed that, and I know that helps us catch up and not get fussed behind and all that good stuff, so thank you. I know there's a lot of work to that, but that worked very well, so, very, very good job. So, let's go back on the record this time, and, Ms. Alford, I'll turn it back over to you. And, I think I'm under laws and rules update. Is that where you are?
That is where I am,
Okay.
Chair. Okay, so I believe I reported at our last meeting that I was working on identifying the legislation from this session that will require us to.
If you could pull that just a little bit, please.
Is this better?
That's the way to go.
It is better, I can't even tell.
Thank you.
So I was working on identifying the laws that will, or the legislation that will require us to amend or promulgate rules. And I have identified 6 pieces of legislation. 2 will be amendments to existing rules, 4.5 and 4.6, which came about after the 2019 session for Acts 990 and 820 on criminal background and military licensure. Another that we will be promulgating a new rule will be Act 725 from this session, the 2021 session, that will provide for need-based license fee waivers and will establish a process for applying with a license fee waiver. We will also be promulgating rules to flesh out Act 733, timeshare interest transfer service providers. And then Act 746, which will specify that individuals who hold a federal Form I-766, which is an employment authorization document, right to work document, and who meet licensing requirements will be issued a license. And then Act 1101, this rule will be added to comply with the provisions of this act regarding promulgating statutory fees and penalties by rule. So the 2 that we're probably going to have the most, or need to take the most in-depth look at, will be the rules for the need-based license application fee waivers, just to line out how that's going to look in terms of process and procedures. But I believe that's one of the acts that the AG's office has been working on drafting model language
I
for.
was gonna say, we're gonna get some guidance for
Yes,
that.
yes, sir.
Do you anticipate that being a financial need? Is it based on financial need?
Yes, I can't recall the specifics as of now, but I want to say it's, the income has to be, I want to say 200%, but don't quote me on that, of the federal poverty guidelines or less. And then I think if they're receiving any other government assistance or eligible to receive any other government assistance, then they can qualify for the license application fee waiver.
And it's the application fee waiver only?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something, so we have Courtney in the room, what's the deadline for that to be implemented? Do you know that? As far as when do we, based on the regulation of Act 725, when does that have to be?
I can't recall, most of the rules that we'll have to promulgate, where the law specifically requires the agency to promulgate rules, have a January 1, 2022 deadline. So I think that's probably the same.
Of just, if we have it by the time we have the educators retreat, to be able to tell them, I mean, we're gonna need to be able to put that out there, that's the application.
We
We won't
won't,
have it by then.
by then, no. In fact, the actual draft language is not due to the governor's office until December 31st. So And this will be one of the ones that we submit to the department, and then the department will be submitting a package. Now, the second rule that we'll need to look at will be the Act 1101 that says an agency cannot charge fees and penalties without having them specifically set forth either in statute or in rule. So we need to look at the way that our disciplinary sanctions, our fines are structured, and see how that's going to affect us.
Okay, and then I'm assuming that's the DACA, 746 is the DACA. Is that right?
Let me see, I believe so, yes, that was Representative Penzo.
The DACA children.
Yes, he also had one for Marshallese, and I believe this will cover DACA recipients.
Okay, thank you. I'm assuming that we'll have direction on most all of those,
Yes,
particularly the fee deal. I'd be interested to see the application of that.
yes.
I don't know what that looks like. Okay.
And then to quote my predecessor, I've been thinking.
You did it well.
Thank you. There have been several times over the last couple of years where a larger firm has changed its address or is merging, two branch offices into one, and dozens or even into the hundreds of licensees are affected by that change. And under our current rules, the principal broker has to pay a $30 fee for each licensee, depending on what is happening. If it's a name or address change, then it's an initial, or it's a license issuance fee of $30. If they are moving them from one office to another, it's a transfer fee, but either way, it ends up being $30 per licensee. That can get fairly expensive for firms, and so one of the things that I've been thinking about lately is perhaps changing our rules, and I would have to make sure we could do this under our current statute for fees, but changing our rule to set a graduated fee schedule for transfers and license issuances to reduce those fees where more than a certain number of licenses associated with the same firm are being impacted at once. Now that we have the system, that we have the database, that we have, it's easier to process those than it once was. And so I'd like for us to look at reducing those fees and reducing that burden on licensees.
Great idea. Other thoughts, Commissioner? Any idea, thought? Yeah, it's a great catch. That's always been something I thought was a little egregious. If you had 30 or 40 licenses, it was, brokers, $1,000 right there is just a transfer. Address change, anything.
Right.
So, yeah, I think that's a great idea. And step it up, 1 to 5, and then kind of have a reclining scale or something. That's a great idea.
Okay. I will work on a couple ideas for that and bring those at the next meeting for you all to review.
Thank you.
And that's all I have on law and rules.
All right, so then down to number 5 is upcoming travel.
Yes, so our next meeting is the Arella Annual Conference in Orlando, September 15th through 19th. And then the ARA convention, September 27th through 29th, and Nikki has asked us to present at that. She sent an email while we were in San Antonio. And let me get the specifics. Wednesday, September 29th is when they'd like us to do a panel with Tim Brooms at convention.
Okay. Can you do that if you want to go? You should back up, sir. That's fine. How about, let's go in descending order. Orlando, who's trying to make that? You good? D? Bobby? Then if you go see. I'll go there. Mr. Fletcher, I warned you, sir, not to take anything hard for 4%. Okay, and then so the convention in Branson this year, that's ARA's convention in our panel. Have any of you participated in a panel like this before? Remember the one, what did we have in Hot Springs? So I think that's, we're just gonna let them throw the questions at us from the floor.
We can do that, or we can present as some of our cases. We've actually had some fairly interesting cases, and most of them will be out of the woods on appeal, so.
Why don't you be prepared for that,
Okay,
and then we'll let Tim weigh in on some things and kind of go from there.
okay,
Good?
sounds good.
All right.
And then I also had a request just this morning. Libby Sheard with the Little Rock Realtors Association asked if you all and I could attend their Thursday, August 19th general meeting. It starts at noon, and it will be here in Little Rock. And I want to say it's been several years since we were able to attend a Little Rock Realtors Association meeting, so. As many of you who are available.
First, that'd be great. We'll tell you that Andrea was at Russellville, and presented Monday at the, Russellville Board of Realtors did a great job. She was keynote speaker. That was her first meeting, as the executive director, and she was out. That was her first live program. And so I was honored to be there, and she did a fabulous job. She's just flawless. So, very, very good job. Covered a lot of the issues out in the public today that licensees are dealing with. So, very, very good job.
Thank you.
All right, so anything else on travel? I know we had quite a few snafus in San Antonio and back. So if you want to address what we do with those, I mean, I don't know what Suzette or Bob actually got back. They tried to keep me and Becky. We just submit all that to you and just say, hey, because we were held up.
Yes.
That was different things.
Yes, so if you're traveling on state business and because of flight delays or cancellations, you're held overnight in a city, we will cover that. And we're gonna have to apply the per diem rates and all of that, but certainly in those situations, when that happens, please get in touch with me or with Melissa, and we'll see what we can, figure out in terms of accommodations and whatnot. So, but yes, we do reimburse for that because, couldn't help it.
So any questions on that?
No, not on that.
Okay.
I do have a question on travel. Do we know when the educator retreat, the dates of that are?
Yes, that is October a cheat sheet. I thought I had a cheat sheet. So we were looking at October 24th through 26th.
I believe so. Courtney? I'm not sure. I don't have to look at it.
It will be one of those, one of the last weekends or one of the last weeks in October, right at the beginning.
Any development on where yet? Ladies?
No, we're still processing and thinking about that. We'll be discussing it more this week. The department just issued some specific guidance on hosting events and conferences. So I've got to review all of that and make sure that we can find a place where we can comply.
So is that some potential COVID restrictions?
Well, it's not anything more restrictive than what we've already seen. But in light of the cases beginning to rise, I think everyone feels a sense of caution and
Okay, very good. Other questions? Anyone? So then does that take us to number 6? Andrea, you ready to go there?
it does, and I'm going to let Heather take that.
Do I have staffing? Yeah. I will tell you that Melissa and I have been busy, interviewing folks, and it was great having a partner in crime on that, and giving her input on hiring new staff. So, I'm not going to go in any kind of order, but first I'd like Katie to stand up. Katie Howell has come to us as a licensing 2 position. She is covering our front desk and our filing. She also does all of the logging in of our mail and distributing that to the folks who process that. She is doing a great job and is a wonderful, friendly voice on the phone. And she has been reorganizing the front desk, and it's wonderful, and we're really glad to have Katie with us.
Let's go. Even though she gave me 25 push-ups this morning, I tried to blow back. Sorry, you get back here.
I will tell you, my first, when I worked at the front desk, I worked at the front desk for the first few weeks that I was with the commission back in 2011. And one of our commissioners who I had not met yet came in and tried to walk past the front desk, and I was told, you don't let anybody pass that desk. And he said, I'm gonna go back and see Gary Hassan. And I said, no, you're not. I said, how can I help you? He said, I just need to speak to Gary. And I said, well, let me call him. And he said, no, I know where his office is. And I said, no, I can't let you back there. And then he introduced himself, and I was mortified. So we know that Katie will have lots of fun up at the front desk, but she is doing a great job. Second, I'd like to introduce Candace Riggins. She is our new investigator. Candace comes to us from the Department of Corrections. She worked in Rural Probation Office. She has already helped Udell and I navigate some of those probation questions that we have, and she is already a great asset. When we were in San Antonio, I think it was you, Tony, that mentioned about the appeal case that we had that was about square footage. And that was one of the cases that I gave to Candace to review her first week, just give her some idea of different cases and what they look like. And I was really impressed because she honed in right on the issue. She came to my office, she said, I just have a question. And she started asking questions, and I was like, she gets this right out of the gate. And so we are really excited to have Candace with us. And you will also notice a familiar face sitting with the investigators. Yvonne Halstead, former ARFC supervisor and investigator, has agreed so graciously to come back as an extra help position with us for a while to help us in investigations and to help with our backlog on complaint cases. And we are very excited to have Yvonne Halstead back with us. I have to tell you, Yvonne, when we were talking on the phone and you said yes, like I started to tear up. I started to tear up now. She has a wealth of knowledge about investigations and the real estate industry after having been a real estate licensee, and we are blessed to have her back with us.
Absolutely.
Yes.
We appreciate all of you, welcome, and especially it's good to see a familiar face in Vaughn, and what a great lady to have her back to help us stay for as long as she possibly can, please.
But wait, there's more.
Okay.
At the end of this month, on July 26th, we will have an additional investigator starting with our office.
All right.
Her name is Cindy Dacus. She will be filling the position that was vacated by Kamisha Marks when Kamisha left our agency last month. And so at the end of July,
And what's her name?
her name is Cindy Dacus. She is Dacus.
Dacus.
Dacus, did you say Dacus? Oh, I've been saying it wrong this entire time. I'm so sorry. Dacus.
Dacus.
Dacus. I'm gonna have to write that down several times. Keep me on the right track, Sandy. She is coming to us from State Capitol Police, and she has a long history with the Little Rock Police Department. So she has a lot of investigative background, and we are really looking forward to having her join us. So at the end of this month, we will be fully staffed, and hopefully that will alleviate some of our backlog in investigations. And as supervisor, I could not be happier if I tried.
Well, Candace was helping me a while ago when I was talking about that other case, and so her past experience was helping me get the handcuffs, and so thank you. She's looking for handcuffs. So thank you for that. All right, so outstanding report, Heather, thank you for that, and, well, first time we've been full staff.
Since 2019. Yeah.
Right, say it right.
Yeah. So, but we are very excited, and more than just having staff members and positions, Melissa and I agreed on every person that we made offers to, and we knew, like, it was just like, yes, this person, this is a good person for a fit with our office and with our team, and that makes a wonderful difference. So, okay. Departmental reports. If you want to turn to the licensing report, you will see that as of July 6th, we had a total of 14,946 licensees. We had an increase from last year of 1,215 active licensees. We had an overall increase of 986 for the year. Candace, if you wouldn't mind stepping out with Udell to help him, he has a project. If you look at the year-to-year comparison, you will see that this is the highest increase year-to-year in July that we have had since July of 2006. So last year we had an increase of 289, and this year we had an increase of 986. And if you recall, last year we had already started to see a swell in the number of applicants. At Arello, we did have several jurisdictions that mentioned the influx of new applicants and new licensees, so it is not a phenomenon for Arkansas alone. So this is something that we're seeing across the jurisdictions. Some jurisdictions have said that they're starting to see a little bit of a drop off. They've hit their peak and now the number of new applicants and new licensees is coming down. But we are still increasing at this point. And I have to give some kudos to our licensing staff. The folks who are processing applications, that's Joyce and Linda, and also Shanika, who processes the new license once they've passed the exam. They have managed to keep up with these increased numbers remarkably well, and also been innovating some of those processes to make them a little more efficient. So they have hung in there through the last year and done a great job of keeping those processed as quickly as we can.
I think you've done a phenomenal job, and that's kudos to all of you, because all of you helped. And I think especially COVID, with all the restrictions last year that we were working under, that's just a tremendous job. I think, you know, and if we had to have the ball hit anywhere, that ball, we needed to stay in the area. You picked the right one and was able to carry it all the way across. And so I just really commend you for that. I think there's a challenge. If you look at the 06, go back and see 05 and 06 numbers and how we had really blown up there, and then when the market turned, how that it also went back the other way. And if history has a tendency to maybe repeat itself, which means we could see that reversal also again. So, yeah, the news media, everything is great, wonderful, driving people in, flips and heads back out. So, it'll be interesting to see how that goes. All right.
So on the investigation report, you will see that we have a total of 110 investigations in process and 68 applicants in process. We have 17 cases where we are awaiting response or waiting answers from the respondents. We've completed 32 complaint cases this year. And we have completed 114 applicant cases. I will tell you, last month, we had a consent order that closed out 2 cases. This month, we closed out 2 cases with the consent order that we did this morning. So that is those multiple complaint cases against a single licensee that have driven those numbers up. You're going to start seeing those come out. We did dismiss 3 complaint cases in June, and we approved 15 applicant cases. We are working on those cases that are pending hearing. We are working with Julie on those. We've got some that we are hoping to maybe move over to the consent column and to be able to consent those out rather than having a formal hearing. But Julie has been helping us with getting those cases scheduled for the upcoming months. We currently have, we anticipate having more consent orders next month, and then we also have 2 applicants who are already scheduled for next month.
Commissioners, questions?
Sorry.
Suzette, you go, did Bob?
No, I just, is everyone aware that if we're adding to the real estate contract next year, if you feel like your agent has not represented you, you can file a complaint with the AREC. Just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
Walter?
I guess my concern is always is that we don't have anything scheduled for formal hearings. Or complaints.
We do not have a formal hearing scheduled for August. We have been working on one with Julie, and it is nearing completion, but it wasn't quite ready to issue for August. But we do anticipate having 3 or 4 consent agreements that are disciplinary consent agreements that we'll be bringing to you in August.
So do we have any hearings that we're trying to look toward fall? You know, I keep asking about
Yes.
the opportunity to maybe have something, so anyone have a thing about that for on the road?
Do you want to address that, or would you like me to?
We both can. So our focus has been more to schedule our hearings as they need to be scheduled. And then if one happens to be when we're on the road, we'll take it then. Rather than trying to schedule specific hearings for an offsite hearing because of the amount of time that we want to be able to give in notice, that presents a challenge, but then also it's the kind of thing where if we get a request for continuance, we're gonna have to, I'm gonna have to consider it and most likely grant it. And so we don't want to hang our offsite hearing hat on any particular disciplinary
And
matter.
that's okay. I mean, again, I think that would be my preference, but if it doesn't work, I don't want to hold off a schedule just because of trying to be on the road with it. So I think if we're not going to see anything that's in the cards for that, let's go ahead and try to look toward Jonesboro. I mean, I keep bringing that up.
Yes,
It's as the place I'd like to see us go.
yes, and
We're all
Sandy,
gonna be invited to Linda's house. Louis said he was cooking. If we can head in that direction, then I'd like to do that, and hit it toward the fall.
yes, Sandy has been looking at locations, so we'll be getting that scheduled fairly soon.
That good for you? Okay. All right. Very good, thank you.
Okay, and you have the dismissal report in your binder behind the investigation summary. And those are the 3 cases that were dismissed, in the month of June. And I know that Andrea has some cases to dismiss and some cases that she has, sent back to the investigators, including myself, with questions and some additional information to get those wrapped up and either headed to consent agreement or hearing or a dismissal, so.
All right. Anything else, Ben?
That is it.
Okay. Ms. Alford, what's up next?
Next up is education.
Ms. Courtney, okay?
Good morning.
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 So you can find the second quarter education activities numbers on the page after the report. I would like to particularly draw your attention to the total application fees that were handled in June. Very similar to how there has been an uptick, a significant uptick in new licenses or new licensees that licensing has been processing. We've also seen an uptick in education, not quite as significant, but because of the numbers, I mean, I processed 9 just in June, just 9 new applications. Typically, I see maybe half that in a single year. So to see more educators coming in and applying, I actually had to turn away a couple because they didn't meet certain qualifications. So we're seeing an uptick in folks who want to become licensed as educators. This number, of course, does not even, it doesn't include those just inquiries that I get from people from in-state, out-of-state who are interested in opening new schools, interested in obtaining their instructor licenses. And So I expect this to keep increasing as well. Any questions about anything?
So, one of our issues has always been the quality of the education and the quality of the educators. So what are we doing at this point? How do I say, what are we doing at this point to try to ensure the quality of the educators that are starting to come in, that they've got the right stuff?
Sure. Well, apart from having to meet the qualifications to become an educator, so they have to have an active broker's license, they have to, depending on the type of education that they'd like to teach, so for instance, if they'd like to teach salesperson post-license, they have to have taken the most recent version of that. So in addition to that, one thing that I do is conduct orientation with them on an individual basis, no matter what level they come in is. That ensures, well, that's one level of insurance where they are aware of what the ARAC's requirements are of them. It answers any questions. It's based off of essentially what I've put together as frequently asked questions and issues that I see from the licensee side, so perhaps misinformation that tends to go out, as well as frequently asked questions from the instructor side of things. There are some other things that I would like to re-address with Andrea and with Melissa regarding that level, maintaining that level of excellence. Just things that we have talked about in the past. So getting back to in-class monitoring at the staff level, that would be me or someone else on the ARAC staff, but also requiring them to do some sort of presentation before becoming licensed, or some sort of litmus test that they would have to kind of pass or at least meet a certain standard before getting issued their instructor license. As you can imagine, we've had a lot of challenges at the ARAC, and so some of those things have kind of fallen by the wayside. But because we have allowed, AMI, the alternative method of instruction, so Zoom classes and things like that, it's a little bit more feasible, a little bit easier to get in the classroom to monitor instructors and classes, where normally we have to travel to those classes or take time out of the day to attend a certain amount. So those things are in my purview as far as helping instructors and courses that they teach to meet and maintain that level of excellence that we approve them for.
Well, I know some of the stuff and I know last year coming into this year, we were in a different world. But we've been talking about some of the stuff I know typically years as far as having an instructor do presentations or whatever before they licensed. I just can't tell you how critical I think that is. Because it goes a long way in being able to get a curriculum to an individual sitting out there. That's a good part of it. Yeah. And so I just think that we need to really ramp that up unless there's some problem that I'm not seeing, we really need to ramp that up in my opinion. To ensure that the folks that are coming in, I'm glad to see more instructors coming in. I think that would be good. I just would like to make sure that the instructors that are coming in are going to have the ability to actually present.
I agree.
And I've got one curiosity question that we may not be able to answer. But the couple that you turned away, I'm trying to figure out how to ask this question without. So I'll just ask you.
Too much information.
So what was it about them that they got turned away for?
One in particular was they didn't meet the time requirement, so I think they hadn't been licensed for long enough. They have to be licensed for 5 out of the preceding 6 years as an active licensing. I think they were right at 4 or 4.5 or something. So I said, hey, we can't process you just now. I think actually with that same person, they weren't even a broker at that time. They were still a salesperson. And even then, I start the conversation. I say, well, if you feel like you do meet these requirements, well, I mean, we can't license them. But in the case where the person was a broker but did not meet the time requirement, I still opened up the conversation and said, well, if you feel like you meet the qualification, even though there is a time, you can submit that. I can't guarantee that we can go any farther because this is a pretty hard and fast, requirement. But with those two, it really was just time, the time requirement not being met, as well as they did not hold a broker's license.
Vice Chairman Walker, to your point about presentation skills, that's not something that we would be able to require in the application process because we don't have the regulatory authority for that already set out. But it is something that we can address through mandatory attendance at educator retreat and semi-annual instructor workshops. And so we can, and also through our monitoring program, we can focus on training the trainers that have to do with developing presentation skills. And then we can certainly make that part of what we observe when we go out and monitor classes as well.
If nothing else, I think it provides them possibly some valuable feedback. I'm not saying you're not going to get a license because you can't present it. Right. I think that we can at least give them some valuable feedback on some of the things, because that's a big part of it.
Right.
Well, I'm happy to say that I do have a rubric in place that is ready to basically, I don't want to say evaluate someone's presentation skills that I'm happy to share with you. I believe I may have already shared it, but it's been a while. But I do have that in place. So whenever we can kind of smooth out how that would look and what that might require of staff as well as of the educator, I mean, we have some things already in place that we could just build on.
It doesn't have to be anything more than a 10-minute video presentation on something.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
So Courtney, how many, have you been able to attend some of these reviews or audits virtually?
A few. They have been in a very informal practice type of way. It hasn't been, because if it was more formal, I would have to give previous notice, that even just a day's notice. A lot of time I'm just able to hop on for maybe an hour or so and hop back off.
Well, I think any of those are positive. I mean, any reviews, any audits that you can do to help drop in for whatever time you can drop in.
Sure.
I think it's good that they know we're paying attention. So I would love to see you do as many of those as humanly possible, so just, I think just drop in and listen and watch and see what you can pick up. I think that would tell us an awful lot. Try that next month, see how many of those you can drop in and let us know next time.
I'll let you know.
I'd love to hear it. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Other commissioners, anything else to report you today? Okay. I'm assuming our 11 o'clock is here, is that correct?
It is.
All right, so, let's see, Ms. Alford, I've got about 10 till. You ready to keep going, or is there anything else you need
Well, there's the pass-fail reports that we were going to go over, but that will be I anticipate that being a moderate length discussion. And then I believe there was one other item of business that you wanted to cover.
Yeah, let's go ahead and let's cover that other item of business. Then
Okay.
we'll take a little break and then we'll have our 11 o'clock. So let's go to that other important item there.
Okay, so the other item of business is the consideration by the commissioners that the hearing room be renamed the Gary Isom Hearing Room in honor of Gary's service to the state, but specifically to the Real Estate Commission, and in light of his retirement. So,
I thought, so Andrea shared that idea. We talked about Arillo and why Arillo is good for us. We picked up that idea, she did, from attending that conference where someone in, I believe, Alabama, has been there for a long, long time. She retired and they did that. I thought it was an excellent idea. I appreciate it. I think the Gary Isom Hall of Torture. Yeah, I just thought that, kind of fit, but maybe not. And, that we can have maybe like a little cartoon drawing, the Isom room of pain and the Isom guillotine and the Isom Gatling gun. I just had all this good, really cool things. I'm not even walking up. So, I just think it's a great idea. So, Commissioner Chef, thoughts, ideas, or comments? Anybody? The Gary Isom, would we be able to get a plaque for that?
Or have it etched in the glasses for maybe.
Oh, that would be classy.
That's cool.
yes, we could. do
That's
that.
classy, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
We could certainly
And then
do
you can say,
that.
would you like to come see my etchings?
We could have a dedication reception and set it all up.
That is a great idea. So, you made that motion? Mr. Walker has so moved. All in favor of naming the building, Gary Isom Room? You will fix that properly, madam.
Yes.
All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Again, thank you, Andrea. It was a great idea, good catch, and very, very timely. I think that'll be awesome. So we'll take a break at this time. We'll be back sharp at 11 if you would, and we'll take up our first period.
Thank you.
I am chairman of the Arkansas Real Estate Commission. At this time, I would like to recuse myself in this specific case due to my long 25-year friendship with Ms. Davis, who is here. And so I will be turning this meeting at this time over to Vice Chair Mr. Walker.
All right, first I need to read something into the record. All participants and attendees of this public meeting of the Arkansas Real Estate Commission should be made aware that all discussions and comments during this meeting, which will be audio recorded pursuant to Act 1028 of 2019, are subject to the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act, and as such may be posted on the Commission's website. All right. As Chairman Moore said, my name is Bob Walker. I'm the Vice Chair of the Real Estate Commission. I am an industry member from Jacksonville. I'd like to introduce you to some of the other people that might be playing a role in this today. To my left is Dee Holcomb. Dee is a consumer member coming to us from Pine Bluff. To her left is Suzette Sparks. Suzette is an industry member from Fayetteville. To my right is Linda Prunty. Linda is a consumer member, and she comes to us from Jonesboro. Back over here to the left is Mr. Rudell Ward. Rudell is a senior investigator for the commission. Next to her is Julie Chavis. Ms. Chavis is Assistant Attorney General, and she will be representing the Real Estate Commission in the hearings. Back at the back table back here, excuse me. Back at the back table, we have Ms. Candace Riggins, investigator. Next to her, we have Heather Garrett. Next to her, and we are so glad to have her back. And we thank you for being back. Back in the very back here, we have Melissa Goff. Melissa is the Deputy Executive Director of the Real Estate Commission. Next to her is Andrea Alford, who is the Executive Director of the Real Estate Commission. In front of her is Mr. Chris Fletcher, is the liaison to the Governor's Office. Coming back up, we have Ms. Faith Grisby, and who is our court reporter. And back up here to the front, we have Mr. Charles Bolton, who is our hearing officer. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Bolton.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, for the record, this is Stalin for the Arkansas Real Estate Commission in the matter of Albert Boyce applicant, FH number 3709. Today is July 12, 2021. It's 11 a.m. And Ms. Chavis, could you identify yourself for the record, please?
My name is Julie Chavis. I'm an Assistant Attorney General, and I represent the Arkansas Real Estate Commission.
And Mr. Boyce, could you identify yourself for the record, please?
I'm Albert Boyce. I'm Albert Boyce.
All right. And Mr. Boyce, you have with you this afternoon. Who do you have with you this afternoon? I mean, this morning, I'm sorry.
Tabitha Davis, my principal broker.
All right. Ma'am, would you be so kind as to identify yourself for the record as well?
Tabitha Davis, the Remax Firm in Russellville.
Thank you, ma'am. So, Mr. Boyce, you are representing yourself this morning, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you did receive a copy of the order and notice of hearing, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are ready to proceed, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let me explain to you what's going to happen, all right? You're an applicant asking for a waiver in front of commissions. As such, you bear the burden of proving why a waiver ought to be justified in your case. So what's going to happen is you're going to go first, and you're going to explain to the commission why you think a waiver ought to be granted in your favor. After you're done with your presentation, Ms. Chavis may ask you some questions. The commission, more likely than not, will ask you some questions as well. And then once you're done with your testimony, your character witness will go ahead and we'll hear testimony from her. And again, it'll be the same process. Ms. Chavis may ask you some questions, the commission may ask some questions. Once you're done with your presentation, it'll be Ms. Chavis's opportunity to present her side of the case. I don't know if she's going to have any witnesses. I don't even know if she's going to call anybody. Ms. Chavis?
I do not anticipate calling any witnesses. I do anticipate cross-examining.
Right. All right. So as I understood, Mr. Boyce, I visited with you before the hearing started. All the documents that you want the commission to view are in the package. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Ms. Chavis, so we've got, it looks like two sets of documents. One looks like the order notice of hearing, Exhibit A, and then Exhibit B, which is staff's. It looks like that is the rules governing the commission. And then you got 1 through 5, which I believe are the respondents' exhibits. Is that one of the applicants' exhibits? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Let me take judicial notice of both the statute and the rules that are governing this proceeding, specifically the Administrative Procedures Act, Arkansas Code annotated 17-42-315. And let's go ahead and publish the exhibits so the commission has an opportunity to review them and admit them. So there aren't any objections, as I understand it, to the admission of exhibits A and B and 1 through 5. Is that correct, Ms. Davis?
That's correct. And we also have an additional exhibit that has been marked as applicants 1 that Mr. Boyce brought with him today. I have no objection to in-century, and I'd like it also to be published.
All right, without objection, the exhibits are admitted, and we'll go ahead and publish those to the commission. And what we're going to do right now, Mr. Boyce, is we're going to go off the record because the commission hasn't seen any of this information. We're going to give them an opportunity to review it and read it, and then once they're done with the review, we'll come back on the record and we'll get started, okay?
Okay.
All right. All right, they're off the record. All right, we're back on the record. The commission has reviewed the exhibits and the question is, I'm going to go ahead and swear you folks in. Give you some time to stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. Thank you. Spanish, do you want to do an opening statement?
I'll waive an opening statement, but I'd like to make it pretty close.
Oh, absolutely. The voice is, Ms. Chavis, if they go to the statement, I'm going to go ahead and ask you to do the same as well. Your opening statement is pretty much, I think, what you're going to explain to the commission anyway, so it'll be somewhat redundant. And as I told you before the hearing, if at any time you do not understand what's going on, or you have a question, please let me know. Because one of my roles as a hearing officer is to make certain that you get a fair hearing. So I think one thing I'm going to ask you to do is you need to give a moral response to any question that's asked, as opposed to a half or a nod of the head, because the court reporters can't take that when you nod and head, okay? Yes, sir. All right. All right. Mr. Boyce, do you want to go first, or do you want to have Ms. Davis go first? What would you like to do?
I'll go first.
All right. Snuggle that microphone right up to your mouth and go ahead and explain to the commission what took place and why you think the waiver is appropriate. Before you rush, go ahead.
The event that took place, I was on my way to Riverfest. I'm pretty sure everybody's familiar with Riverfest. It's here in Little Rock. It's a festival. I had a few of my friends with me. There was 2 passengers with me. We were in my vehicle, and I had other friends that we were also meeting at Riverfest. There was numerous friends, and we were gonna have fun. So we had party drugs with us, and I also had a scale with me, and the scale was just to make sure everybody got what was theirs. And on the way, my friend, he was a passenger. He had to use the bathroom, so we stopped at his cousin's house, and we got out because we were going in, but his cousin didn't answer the door, but his car was there. So on the way back to our vehicle, an officer approached, and as the officer approached my friend, he was holding his stomach because his stomach was hurting, he had to use the bathroom. And the officer asked if he was okay. I responded to the officer and let him know he's fine, he needed to use the restroom. So we got back to the vehicle, and the officer asked the same question. He pulled up behind my vehicle, and he said, "Is he okay?" But yes, he just needs to use the restroom. Where's the nearest restroom? So he gave us directions, and then he said it's not the odor of marijuana, and he asked to search the car. The passenger opened the door, and he began to search, and that's when he had found the bag. And the other passenger that was in the car, the one that answered, he claimed his bag, and then there was another bag that was found, which was mine, and I claimed my bag. And that's it.
Ms. Chambers, do you have any questions for Mr. Boyce?
Yes, sir, Mr. Boyce, I'm Julie Chavis. I represent the commission. I just want to ask you some questions about the testimony you just provided and the documents that you provided that the commissioners have reviewed. And you just stated that after the officer searched the car, he found 3 bags of drugs, and each owner claimed those 3 bags, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And-
There's 2 bags.
I'm sorry, there were 2 bags, and you claimed one and your friend claimed one.
Yes, ma'am.
Was he also charged?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so were you each charged with the 1 bag you had, or were you each charged with 2 bags?
We were each charged with the 1 bag, but I believe he was charged the lesser of what he had.
Okay, do you believe that was because that you were in your vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then when you went to court, you negotiated a plea of guilty, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you were placed on 72 months of probation.
Correct.
And you were ordered to pay $2,065 in fines and costs at the rate of $50 monthly. And have you paid off all of those costs and fees?
No, ma'am, not all of them, but I've been paying up to date monthly.
You're up to date, and do you know approximately how much you owe?
No, ma'am, not.
Okay. Do you recall approximately how many months of payments you've made?
Ever since I've been on probation, I've made a payment, but I'm not sure how many months that is.
Would that be from August of last year? Maybe you made your first payment in September of 2020? Would that be an approximate date where you made your first payment?
Yes, ma'am, that sounds good.
Okay. And so you have, out of 72 months, you still have quite a bit of time to go on your probation if you only were placed on probation in August of last year. We're not even up on a year yet. We're approaching a year you've been on probation, so you have approximately 4 years left. Is that correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And you provided an exhibit that we marked Applicant's Exhibit 1, and it's from your probation officer, Samantha Mendoza, from the Arkansas Department of Community Corrections in Russellville. And did you ask her to provide this for
Yes,
you? Okay. And Ms. Mendoza reports that you're currently on probation until August of 2026. And since of the year 2026, and since you have been on probation, you have reported as instructed and made your financial obligations, and that you have had no issues since reporting to her. How often are you required to report to Ms. Mendoza?
Once a month.
And you appear in person, or are you required to call her?
In person. During COVID, I called for a while, but it's been in person the last few times.
Okay, and when you appear in person, are you required to provide a drug screen?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you failed any of your drug screens?
No, ma'am.
Does she ever call you in for a random drug screen?
Not yet.
Not yet, but is that a possibility?
Yes.
And are you also required to either be in school or maintain employment while you're on probation?
Yes, ma'am. Full time.
Okay, and where are you working?
As of now, I'm working with Remax.
Oh, so you've already gone to work at Remax. And what types of things do you do at Remax prior to getting your license?
I'm Tabitha's assistant.
Okay, and what do you do for Tabitha?
I answer the phone, do phone calls.
Okay. And approximately how long have you been working at Remax?
I would say maybe a month.
A month? And you, you're planning to continue to remain employed there if you get a waiver to be licensed?
Yes.
And do you also plan to stay on there if you're not granted a waiver to them?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you meet Ms. Davis?
Well, I passed my test and I was looking for a broker, and her office seemed the best place for me, the best way place for me.
Okay, and so you introduced yourself to her, expressed your interest. Did you also disclose your criminal background history?
No, not at that time, because I didn't really, I thought I had everything taken care of.
Okay.
But once my background check, I found I did.
Okay, and you told her what had happened, probably the story that you told us today, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it, obviously, she was willing to take you under her wing, despite the fact that you had to come here for a labor, is that correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll be asking her that same question, but I just wanted to get it from your perspective. And, now, at the time you applied, that was December 23rd of 2019, you answered no to the question, have you ever been convicted of a crime other than a traffic violation? And at that time, when you answered no, that was the correct answer.
Yes, ma'am.
You picked up this charge and you entered into this plea approximately 8 months later. So at the time, you answered truthfully. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And just one more question. You are aware that there are only limited things you can do working for Ms. Davis without a license?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I have no further questions of this witness.
Commissioners, any questions from you boys?
Yes. Mr. Boyce, could you tell me, there are some things that I'm looking at the police report, and they're, beside the scales, I'm seeing THC rocks, I'm seeing gummies, I'm seeing Xanax bars. Were those yours?
No, ma'am. As far as the gummies and the THC rocks, those things were not mine.
So they were Devontae's?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you got arrested or charged, is it because you were in your auto, is that what you?
Well, also in the statement, it said that he made a few statements, so I believe that has something to do with it.
That thing, police statement, police report says that, Devontae said that he received the Xanax from you.
Okay, so yes, ma'am, with that statement, that is a false statement, it's incorrect. So I believe he was coerced, maybe, but it was a false statement.
So just to clarify, we're talking about 2 bags, one of the drugs, one was yours and one was his, is that, okay, and in that were these other small baggies up in that bag, it was about 13 bags that we found?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it was one larger bag with smaller baggies.
It's like a gin bag.
Okay, so that was, okay, thank you, that seems very simple now.
And your commissioners?
Yes. So you made a statement, in your opening remarks that, you had several other bags of, I think, all drugs, that you want to make sure that all your friends got equal parts, that is what you said.
Yes, sir.
Were you just giving it to them?
Correct, yes, sir.
So you want to sell that to them?
No, sir. So with that, they had given me money in advance before it even happened, and they didn't have a connection because some of these people were from Conway, and I was in Russellville, and so they didn't want to commute there and commute back.
So maybe I'm not following that. To me, that's something you sold to them. They gave you money, you gave them drugs.
It's not that I was selling it to them. They gave me the money to get theirs, if that makes any sense, but it's not that I got it and gave it to them for free or anything like that.
Okay, so let's move on to the fines and restitution. So the way I got it roughly calculated, if you paid $50 month payments for maybe the past 8 months and everything, you paid on probably about $550. So you're still owed about $1,515, I think is what that figure is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the probation ends August of 2026, so we still got
5 years. Probationary.
Yes. That's all.
Commissioner, any questions? Please.
So the scales was for what now? Just the head?
Technically, but as far as that, it was just to make sure everybody was satisfied, didn't think I was cheating them or anything. Like, they didn't give me any extra money, but they gave me the money it took to get what they needed.
So he wasn't selling it to us.
No, ma'am, I wasn't selling it, but I did get them for those people. No fee.
No, okay, so you had to wait for us.
Yes, ma'am.
Davis, any follow-up?
Yes, sir. You were charged with possession, but not with actually selling, is that correct?
No, they scaled, made it an incentive delivery.
Okay. Are you still in contact with the person that you called your connection?
No, ma'am, I'm not in contact with any of those people from the situation.
Okay, none of the friends who were in the car with you,
No,
and not with Devontae?
no, ma'am, definitely not.
Okay. I apologize for my poor man. 6 years instead of 5. Have you had any trouble making those $50 payments per month?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And does Ms. Davis pay you to be her assistant?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the money you've been using? Well, obviously, you've just been working for her for a short period of time. Prior to that, did you have a job where you had money to make those payments?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you working in?
I was working as a security officer at Maripol.
Okay. And then when you got on with Ms. Davis, did you quit your job there
Yes, ma'am.
and then went to work for her?
Well, for a short period, my brother and my nephew, they were homeschooled because of COVID, and my parents paid me for that.
Oh, so you were helping them, making sure they were doing their schoolwork and what have you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it sounds like you've been fairly consistently employed since your arrest, either helping your family, working in security, or working for Ms. Davis.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the friends you were with, those in the car and Devontae, were they from Russellville or were they from Cotton?
The ones that were in the car with me were from Russellville.
Okay. And those are the ones you don't have any contact with anymore?
I don't have any contact with any of them, even the people that I was going to meet there.
Okay. I have no further questions, thank you.
Commissioner, any follow-up for Mr. Boyce based on Ms. Davis' line of question? All right. Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Boyce. David, Charlie.
Yes, after getting to know Albert, he and I spent quite a bit of time getting to know each other. Obviously, here at the gym, I'm often mistake, and I do realize that he was learning, and out and spent deep conversations in his past, and we spent deep conversations in hopefully his future. He has a bright future, I think, hopefully be soon. But I'm proud of him. He has been very forthcoming with me. And I've learned about his childhood, learned about his parents, his home life, and I feel like he was just made that choice and that decision. If I didn't believe that, I wouldn't see him today. I need to help him in his future. But I will tell you that we have a mentorship program in our office that will be supervised and he will supervise pretty much everything he does. I do that for all my agents, my new agents only. So some of my older, more experienced, not older, my more experienced agents, they volunteer to take on my new agents and then walk side by side with them until they learn the business itself. And part of what he's working for me for now is we have a earn as you earn program that I pay agencies for getting the license, individuals before they get their license, to run errands, copies, contracts, span, answer phone, teaching phone etiquette, how to work the MLS, how to just the things that they don't teach in school, in class. And he's been very eager to learn, and I can't compliment him enough. To be 22 and to have had learned to learn a life lesson the way I've learned.
All right, thank you, Mary. Ms. Jacobs, any questions?
Do you also closely monitor him to make sure that he doesn't do anything that he shouldn't be doing since he doesn't have a license?
As much as you can. Well, yes, as far as the license, he usually can't do.
Okay, good. And you keep up with that, you monitor him and make sure that there's that clear boundary. Okay. And, do you have any reservations about the fact that he still is on probation for at a little over 5 more years?
I don't, however, I will see to it that I introduce myself to the probation officer. If he doesn't show up for probation, I want to know that.
Okay. And then do you have any?
If he doesn't pass the drug test, I want to know that.
Sure, of course. And do you have any reservations about the fact that he does still owe approximately $1,500 towards his costs and fees?
So long as he pays it and that's what the court deems fit, I don't.
Okay.
I feel like he needs to pay what he owes.
Okay.
For sure.
If the commissioners grant a waiver today, and they place conditions on his license, would you have any trouble making sure that those conditions are met?
I will do my best. Before I could agree to that, I have to know specifically what they are, but I would do my best to meet those conditions.
If they asked you to report to Ms. Alford that he has left Remax and gone to work for another principal broker, would you have any problem doing that?
I would probably pick up the phone and have the conversation with the broker myself, but yes.
Okay. And as you said, if anything else came up with lack of compliance with his conditions of probation, you wouldn't have any problem reporting that as well. I have no further questions of this witness.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Commissioners, questions?
Just one real quick. I believe Mr. Boyce said the first time we talked to you, that he didn't share.
He did not share the first time, no.
When was it that he actually told you? Was it
After the background check, the details of everything came out after the background check.
Any other questions from the commission? Any follow-up, Ms. Jacobs?
Just one. You mentioned that through the course of getting to know Albert, that y'all have had a lot of pretty serious conversations and you spent a lot of time getting to know him. Is that correct? And that you learned about his parents, his childhood, and his home life. How would you describe his parents, his childhood, and his home life?
His dad was really strict, and his mom stayed at home while they were growing up. You know, because that's always a concern. What fed his desire? I don't want to ask, but what fed his desire for him to go out and do this? Because I don't know. I'm always curious about the human being, whether he's working for me or not. I'm always a curious person. So I feel like that he wasn't subjected to that as a child or growing up. I asked him if he wanted to spank me, which he should have. He wished me. So, you know, I was curious that he didn't grow up around it. Because otherwise, I felt like that could sway my decision. This was something that he was accustomed to being around with drugs. I'm a little follower. I don't have time for that. I don't have time for nonsense, but to help someone change their life and improve their life, knowing that his family, did a great job raising him.
So you believe this was an aberration? It was someone getting away from home and the strict rules and the strict boundaries for the first time?
No, I feel like he peer pressure and he just made a bad choice and made a bad decision. And, I feel like he's learned his lessons. I feel like he let his friends influence him and talk greatly about who he hangs out with. I talk to him like he's my child.
Okay. And through getting to know those details about him, you feel okay with obviously being here today to testify and taking him on as your assistant, and then if the waiver is granted, being his principal broker. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Commissioner, based on that, my question, Ms. Chambers, do you have any follow-up? All right, well, thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Boyce, I'm going to ask you, does this conclude your presentation before the commission?
No, sir.
You got something else that you want to tell the commission?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, sir.
So as she stated, I was not growing up around anything as far as this lifestyle, but I did have a few friends that were from school, and in school there were different people than they were outside of school. So with that being said, there was a bit of peer pressure and a bit of my own will. So that did happen. It was the biggest mistake of my life, but I look at it as a lesson because I've learned. I know my little brother, he looks up to me, and my nephew, they both look up to me. And I could kind of see after that situation how they looked at me differently, perceived me in a different way. And it kind of made me feel not really good at all. So with this, looking to change my life around and be a positive outlook to them rather than not being able to influence them in any type of way. So that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you, Mr. Boyce. Ms. Chambers, any follow-up questions for Mr. Boyce?
No follow-up, Your Honor. I'd just like to make a brief closing.
All right, let me ask the commission, any other questions for Mr. Boyce? All right, thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioners, as I always do at this time in our hearings, I respectfully request that you look at the order and notice of hearing for today that's behind tab A. If you would find that the issues of fact 1, 2, and 3 are true, that the issue of law has been proven, when you make your order, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Boyce, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add or ask the commission.
No, sir, I don't have any.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Boyce, at this point in time, the commission can go ahead and go off the record. And we're going to make a decision in this case. Once they make a decision, they get back on the record and announce the change motions and votes. Commissioners, before you get together, of course, if at any time you have a question, a follow-up question that you need to ask Ms. Chambers, Mr. Boyce, or Ms. Davis, we'll go back on the record so you can ask those questions. You are off the record. Okay. All right, Commissioner. All right, we're back on the record. The commission has reached a decision in this matter. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Walker for motion to vote. Commissioner Walker.
Yes, thank you very much. Commissioner Posey has a motion.
Absolutely. In terms of the commission's motion that the allegations of fact A1-3 of improving and the issues of law have also been proven, and based upon the findings that the commission, the real estate commission has determined to deny the waiver request under the provisions of ACA section 17-32-315G and uphold the denial of license to the applicant. Have I correctly stated the motion? All right. Mr. Chairman?
Commissioners, you've heard the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed?
I will note for the record that the decision of the commission was unanimous. Excuse me, I will request staff reduce the decision to writing and make certain that a copy of it is mailed to all parties, along with a cover letter that notifies them of their appeal rights. If there are no further questions or comments, I call this hearing to a close. Thank you. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Boyce, I just wanted to say that a lot of times in these matters, restitution, fines, and probation gives us heartburn sometimes. But I just want you to understand, we're not saying no, we're just saying not. Okay, so get some of this stuff taken care of and come back to this.
So if I was able to pay my fines or anything, would that be, or what would be the determining factor?
Well, in fines and probation. 5 years still in probation.
Okay, so time is a factor.
No, those are not.
Okay, and what would be the appropriate time, like 2 years left or?
No years left.
Okay,
And when you get all this stuff taken care of, I think that would be the appropriate time.
So for the purpose of learning for the future, so if someone's on probation at present, if they're not going to be approved.
Everything is looked at on just a case by case basis. And, no one, I don't believe the commissioners would discourage anyone from going through that process, but everything is just going to be looked at on its own merits.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right, we will go ahead and break for lunch, and our next hearing is at 1:30.
We are going to lunch today.
I'll just switch my chair out here. So it's a little bit-
Yeah,
Leave my chair open. Leave my chair open. Ready? Yeah. No, I did not. No. No, that's what I'm saying.
We gotta skip their motion. Or. I was talking about how great this thing. Yes. So you're out. I think that's very nice.
I appreciate your order. I appreciate my button there. So, well. Okay, I'm probably crazy. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Well, to begin with,
You keep it to the points.
Script, because me, I was for a lot of fun. Opposed to like, really get right in this way. And if you not. Oh, okay. So maybe that's why I changed smooth. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the whole purpose is just to make sure that, as I said, they get a chance to tell their side of the story, run it for the commission. You know, it's not just for staff, it's not just for the commission, it's for the people that show up. And a lot of times, you know, the outside, they just represent themselves. Right, I'm sure. I know it's, some people have serious issues with public speaking. You know, I've had all kinds of different stuff. All kinds. Usually it involves tears. Right.
Commissioners, fall period.
I'm not going anywhere. I want to do a little early process.
Okay. Okay, and the other ones, are we sure the other ones we have?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we did.
Okay. No worries. Now, as long as we get that stuff, so we have those to the commission, I am a. I'm gonna go. Hey, did they, are you going to lunch with the commissioners? Did they already leave? That's fine.
The restaurant. Okay. That's no problem. I will go bring grass. I was so happy they got to go out. It's been ages since they
Yeah.
got to go out.
And they,
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so we had a raffle in the wood.
Where do you have?
Oh.
Where do you
Oh.
I don't know, this is.
Oh, my
I don't know if that-
Y'all, this is so funny. Catholic school in Hot Springs, one of my coworkers is there and every year. I'm Catholic, so I can say this. I think it's like bucket of booze. It's like, what?
our daughter went to Mount St. Mary and like every year they had this raffle and we were like a case of wine, like we were kind of wine.
Yeah, I'm like,
What?
so you're probably not gonna do that. So there are these nice potions or here.
Yeah.
Maybe it will be like.
Okay. But you never do raffle. Yeah, do a couple of those.
That's all right.
What school we done?
I'm around very early.
Oh, it's great. Those are great. My niece and nephew went to school, it was a great school. And Cherry is a great school too, because they have a super strong principal there. Well, good for you. Good for you. You'll get a good start.
I can't do his application until like December, because he actually.
Oh, for 3-year-old, do they have garlic chocolate?
I
I know they do a Rockefeller. And then they, feed into your neighbor's school.
Yeah, because I know this, he also got her network right now, and so they also have something like that. When I was talking to. When I was talking to the lady with the school district, she said that, if I submit this application this year for early enrollment for next year, but they have a school that's like all day. So, all day. So, I mean, even if it was like network.
Sure. But it's kind of neat when they're giving an education. I mean, I know those places do some education, but it used to be being
So the people in school, he's smart. He's smart. He have to do, I was doing, so they see more than not older, like.
That's okay.
I think he can read, but I think he can kind of do it simplified.
Well, this is my best friend's son, he graduated from college, and when he was on his town, he would say, no 11s. So it was like 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. And I would say, Alex, you got 11, he'd say, no 11s. They had no idea why. This is all like, 2 years. You know how kids are saying, I did not put it no 11s.
You're weird. I think it's just weird.
That cracks me up. That is so funny.
You're not going there?
No. I think they've already left. That's fine.
They did leave. I was gonna ask if you wanted to run around.
Where did they go?
Sisters Cafe.
Down on.
South River.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't gonna go over, because I wasn't invited.
Yeah.
I was gonna go run through and grab the restaurant room.
Oh, you're so sweet. I think I'll just run over there and join them. It's so close. Yeah, no, right where it is, because my dad used to bank at the bank right by there, and I thought, what's going on there?
Yeah, that's what they did.
Yeah.
Free, that woman. Wendy's, I would love that.
Wendy's was my first, probably, I'll do the vegetarian thing.
I don't even have Taco Bell issues with hearing.
Well, I have a date tomorrow, so you're like, excuse me, sorry, I talked about, come on.
I'm sorry.
I'm wrong.
Something's wrong.
No.
Mr. Swift?
Yes, sir.
And that's you?
That is me. All right. How you doing?
We're gonna get everything wound up and ready to go here for you, okay? So the time is 1:31. My name is Tony Moore. And I'm the chairman of the Arkansas Real Estate Commission, and we're going to get this hearing underway. I have a few things I would like to read. And I had a previous fellow who ran the last one here. He's the vice chair. He's messed up all of my books and my scripts. He's messed with my desk.
You should have it memorized if you went back and checked it out.
So I didn't hear anything. So the Arkansas Real Estate Commission open meeting statement is as follows. All participants and attendees of this public meeting of the Arkansas Real Estate Commission should be made aware that all discussions and comments during this meeting, which will be audio recorded pursuant to Act 1028 of 2019, are subject to the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act, and as such may be placed on the commission's website. Today, we're going to introduce a few of the folks that may be taking some role in your proceedings. Mr. Swift, again, my name is Tony Moore. I'm an industry member from Russellville. To my left is Ms. Dee Holcomb. Ms. Holcomb comes to us as a consumer representative, and she's from Pine Bluff. To her left is Ms. Suzette Sparks. Ms. Sparks is an industry member. She comes to us from Fayetteville. To my right is Linda Prunty. Ms. Prunty's a consumer member from Jonesboro, and to Linda's right, Mr. Bob Walker, who's vice chair. He's an industry member from Jacksonville. Back out here to the front, that is not Heather Garrett, that's Udell Ward. He's a senior investigator here at the commission. Right here's Miss Julie Chavis, and Miss Chavis represents the commission today, and she's Assistant Attorney General from the Attorney General's office. A special guest, Yvonne Halstead back here, and beside her is Heather Garrett. And we have a new lady today, and Candace Riggins. And see, that's how come on, make sure you know she's good. I'm working on it. I'm sorry, Miss Riggins. Give me 5 more times and I'll get that down. Miss Goff is in the back, and next to Andrea Alford, and Andrea is the executive director. And we're coming back up this way. Faith Grigsby, Faith is our court reporter. And today, Charles Moulton is our hearing officer, and I'll turn it over to him at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this matter is before the Arkansas Real Estate Commission in the matter of Cheyenne Abram Swift. Am I pronouncing that correctly, sir? Cheyenne Abram Swift. Sorry, sir. And the docket number is FH number 3710. Ms. Chavis, could you identify yourself for the record, please?
My name is Julie Chavis. I'm an Assistant Attorney General, and I represent the Arkansas Real Estate Commission.
Thank you. Could you identify yourself, please?
Mr. Moulton, Mr. Chairman, honorable commission members, my name is Matt Kyle, Attorney for Texarkana, representing Cheyenne Smith this afternoon.
Well, I mispronounced that name as well. Sorry, Mr. Kyle.
Thank you.
Let's see. Let me just take care of a couple of housekeeping matters. Just for the record, Mr. Kyle, you're ready to proceed, is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. And my understanding is, I met with counsel briefly before the hearing started, and it's my understanding we're going to flip things around a little bit, that Ms. Chavis is going to kind of take the lead, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so procedurally, what we're going to do is you're going to call witnesses as opposed to having them testify?
I'm going to call Mr. Swift and get the ball rolling.
All right, sounds good to me. All right, let me take judicial notice of both the statutes and regulations or rules governing this particular proceeding, specifically the Arkansas Code annotated 17-42-315, which is the provision that's applicable to a waiver, as well as the Administrative Procedures Act. Let's go ahead and take care of the exhibits. I've got A and B for staff exhibits, and then 1 through 4, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And council, you will stipulate to the admission of these exhibits.
On behalf of the petition, we do, Your Honor.
With that stipulation, staff's A through B are admitted and applicants 1 through 4 are admitted. And would staff be so kind as to go ahead and publish those to the commission? And what we're going to do, council, is we're going to go off the record for a moment. The commission hasn't had the opportunity to review these documents. And once they're done with the review, we'll come back on the record and we will get started. We are off the record.
I was just gonna let you, this is what the documents that I was giving them, this is just their short sheet, but then to track, or if they have questions, they can write on this, I just wanted you to see that. So, you know what I was thinking.
Thank you very much.
Good, Mr. Gold, I think we're ready to come back on. Okay, we are back on the record. The commission has concluded its review of the exhibits that have been introduced. Mr. Swift, I don't know if you've ever been in an administrative hearing before, but sir, let me just give you a quick overview of how the process works. But what's going to happen is that Ms. Jacobs is going to go ahead and ask you some questions. You're constantly asking questions as well. And then what's a little bit unique about an administrative proceeding is that the commission has an opportunity to ask questions too. At the close of all the evidence, once the commission has heard everything, they go off the record and they deliberate off the record. And once they reach a decision, they can back on the record and they answer the motion of votes. So if at any time you don't understand what is going on, and you have a question, give your attorney a nudge and let them know that, because one of my goals here is to make sure that we get a fair shake in front of this tribunal. Okay. All right. Will you respond?
I am.
All right. So the same process is going to work. Ms. Chase is going to ask you some questions. I'm going to ask you questions. There's some questions as well. Do we just have two witnesses? Is that really more?
Mr. Duncan, we have, Ms. Bond, we have Ms. Goodman, and Mr. Mason. Ms. Goodman Mason.
Would you four folks be so kind as to stand and raise your right hands? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you very much. Have a seat. Council, are you going to do opening statements? Or do you have a
I'll make an opening statement. I would like to make a closing statement.
always?
We'll wait also and get her for closing.
I appreciate that. Thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Davis. First witness.
Thank you. I'd like to call Mr. Swift. Mr. Swift, if you please pull that microphone close to you to press that red button and speak into it. Please say your name and your address.
Same, Swift. 401 South Market Street, Little Rock, Arkansas.
And you're here today requesting a waiver to be licensed as a real estate salesperson, is that correct? Okay. I always apologize because I have to get into the nitty gritty of the stuff that no one likes to talk about anymore. In the order of notice of the hearing at number 2, it states that on or about September 26th of 2011, that you negotiated a plea of guilty to 3 felonies. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then there was also one class A misdemeanor. Okay, I'm going to let you know that that misdemeanor is not disqualifying, but the 3 felonies are. So that's what I'm going to have to ask you about in particular. Okay, so it looks like one of them was a class 5 felony for the manufacture, delivery, and possession of controlled substance, Schedule 1, less than 28 grams. And I believe that the information that you provided to Udell states that you were in possession of over 20 grams of marijuana and maybe 1 gram of no. You were in possession of cocaine and marijuana.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it wasn't like 28 grams of cocaine?
It was, yeah, the cocaine back.
But not the marijuana. It was 1 gram or less.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the other charge was a class C felony for the delivery, possession, or manufacture of drug paraphernalia, is that your recollection? And then there was a Class D felony maintaining a drug premises.
Yes,
Is all that accurate? Okay. And then you received 60 months of probation for the felony charges.
yes,
And have you successfully completed the 60 months of probation for the felony charges?
yes.
Do you recall on or about when you completed your probation?
It was,
Because this took place 10 years ago, and then
yes, no, it was 60,
about 6.
the record after. So I started my probation at 60.
So you started your probation in 2010, at the end of 2010. So did you finish it at approximately the end of 2016?
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Evans, if you just a minute, Mr. Wood, if you will, speak in there, we can hear you a little bit.
okay, sorry.
There you go. There
She
you
can
go.
hear you pretty good. Okay.
You also were ordered to pay $1,645 in fines and costs. Has that been paid in full?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were on probation, were you ordered to, let me back up. You also spent 120 days in jail and were subject to drug screens, and you were ordered also into drug treatment, and your driver's license was suspended.
Yes, ma'am. I did have the drug screens and the drug classes.
Okay.
And the jail time was served in community service.
Oh, okay. And where did you do your community service?
At the county courthouse.
Okay. And were you drug screened regularly during your 60 months of probation?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any dirty screens?
No.
Were you required to have random screens? Did your probation officer call you in without notice to provide a sample? You passed everything.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. How often were you required to actually report to your probation officer?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you appear in person or by phone?
In person.
And there is, I believe, an exhibit 2-15 in this notebook that states that you successfully completed the term of your probation.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you provide that to Ms. Ward?
Yes, ma'am.
Point of clarification, I provided that on his behalf
Oh,
to Ms. Garrett.
thank you.
I'm sorry.
What has changed in your life since the conviction and the completion of your probation and the payment of all your court costs and fines?
My life changed immediately as soon as it happened. It's really scary, honestly, and it kind of let me. It shocked me, and then it kind of disappointed me too. It was like I knew I had more potential, and it was all about the goal because it was really a lot more serious than what happened in the country. It was more serious. And I just knew that I had more to offer than to be locked up with one way for something, childish. And then so from that point on, I just started dedicating myself. Well, I saw my face in the paper, and I said, the next time I see my face in the paper, it'll be for something.
And that happened, didn't it?
It actually did.
Okay, what happened?
Well, I decided to open a restaurant. So I documented said that you want to make $1, try to make a good dollar. And so I tried to think of ideas that would let me make capital, but also give back. So I opened a vegan restaurant in the River Market in downtown Little Rock. And we were great. We opened in 2014, and it was gangbusters from there. I started doing weekly shows on Channel 7 for a year and a half. I had a contract with them to do the morning cooking shows. And we probably won every award or any magazine. And then I started wanting to talk to kids about their option. A lot of times people want other things, they just don't understand that they have options, no matter where they're background. So I wanted to, in adults, I started a children's cooking class the very first time. I went and I volunteered at the Theater Foundation, but also I found the Theater Foundation through the a special board. And then I started working with them. The Chamber of Commerce, I hadn't joined yet, but we were moving so well. We're always asking questions about commerce in Arkansas, why I decided to stay in Arkansas. So, I was asked to speak at the 1 Million Cups conference and just tell them why I think Arkansas is a great place to start their businesses. And then my children would go to the innovation group, so I decided to talk to kids at the innovation group about business. It went away from cooking to more of inspirational kind of speak, or how to navigate things like that.
So contributing positively to our community. Are you a native?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you're contributing to your home state.
Yes, ma'am.
And are you still running your vegan restaurant at the River Market?
No, ma'am. We moved into the Lula.
6th and Louisiana?
And then
Okay, so what are you doing now?
now I'm currently working for Massey, for the stable business. We stage homes in Little Rock, Arkansas.
And I understand from the statement that you have in these exhibits that it was Ms. Massey who encouraged you to get your real estate license.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that so that when you continue to work with her, that you can sell some homes that she's owned and rehab?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you meet Ms. Bond?
I met Ms. Bond through Ms. Massey.
Okay. I'm gonna ask her some questions too. I wanna get your side of the story first. Okay, and when you met Ms. Bond, did you disclose your criminal background to her?
Yes, but we didn't initially meet in that capacity. We met staging homes.
Oh, I see, okay.
But once we did, I did tell her.
Okay, and is she willing to serve as your principal broker, to your knowledge?
I hope so, yes.
Okay. So at the point that you began to talk to Ms. Bond about her serving as your principal broker, did you start that conversation and let her know that you were going to have to get a waiver to be licensed?
Well, we really didn't have that discussion until I went through the process. So we pretty much started speaking seriously about it after school, going into taking the test.
Okay, but you've known her then for a few months.
Yes.
And nothing that you're going to say today is going to come as a surprise.
No.
Nothing in this notebook is going to come as a surprise.
No.
Okay, or to Massey's.
No.
Okay. And approximately how long have you been working with the Massey's?
In this capacity, a year.
Okay.
I've known them, I've worked for them before, for 2 years.
What did you do for them then?
I was serving food, meals.
Okay, very good. Keeping us all
I tried to.
okay. I believe that's all I have right now.
Mr. Powell, your question?
Just a couple follow-ups. Talk about the restaurant. What's the name of your restaurant?
The Bennett Thompson.
Okay, and you were doing vegan cooking, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's how you became first familiar with Mr. Massey?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you prepared meals for him?
Yes, sir.
And then developed a relationship with Ann, his wife?
Well, and pure water and to Mr. Massey.
And just to follow up with Ms. Chavin's questions, since you've been released from probation, how's your life been?
It's been positive, actually.
You intend on keeping it positive?
Definitely, it's good. The rest is good.
No further questions.
I have one follow-up question. Do you recall when you made your last payments for the costs and fees?
I believe it was a month ago.
A month ago?
A month ago, it wasn't that long ago, my last payment.
Okay. Perhaps it was maybe February?
Was that long ago?
February?
Yes, it was this year.
Okay, it wasn't this year.
Yes.
And let me just double check, because I want to make sure that we have the record clear on
If you look at 2-16 in the exhibit book, I believe that shows your account balance is 0. I'm sorry, as of April. You're right, 2 months ago. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's all I have, thank you.
I guess for point of clarification, saying you were fined $1,645, that's correct? And over the term of your 5 years, you had probation fees and court costs that you had to pay.
Yes, sir.
And that total came up to $3,800 when included the fine.
Yes, sir.
And that's why you just paid off the last of it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's perfect.
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Swift?
Yes, sir. Mr. Swift, that'd be a little back, let's go back over the drug charges. Tell me a little more about that. It was cocaine or marijuana, there's a little exchange there that I was confused on. Help me with some of that.
The cocaine, was the felony charge, and that was a misdemeanor, it was in the department, and that was a misdemeanor charge.
Okay, so in some of this, it talks about being a resident, is the story there that you were staying with somebody and it was in the building?
I did have a roommate, yes, sir.
Do what?
I did have a roommate, yes, sir.
Okay, but it was your drugs?
I was using some of it.
Okay, and so you were using, were you selling?
No, sir.
Wasn't selling?
No, sir.
And so the cocaine was that your drug of choice?
Someone, yes, sir.
Okay, and so have you taken any active role in any type of sobriety campaigns, any type of drug abuse program?
Yes, sir. The court ordered, and then my attorney also had a separate program for me to go to. So I went to a program in North Little Rock with the church. It's over, I'm sorry, I can't recall the name of the church. But I had to go for a summer and I went to another program.
So have you been subject during that period of time to any random drug tests or anything?
I would go jobs and things like that.
Okay, have you ever failed any of those drug
No,
tests
sir.
or anything?
No, sir.
Okay, and no other citations, no other drug issues or anything like that since this time?
Not at all.
And you paid all you're no longer under probation and you paid all your fines, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Any other commissioners? Any follow-up from council based on the questions from the commission?
If I may,
Sure.
Mr. Swift, just for the record, at the time this event happened, you were 28 years old, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were living with a roommate in an apartment complex,
Yes, sir.
and you were charged with the crimes that Ms. Chavez has already set out, the possession of controlled substance, also delivery, but you never delivered. You had it, I believe the way the charge was, there was a scale and packages, and the police charged you as a potential delivery.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there was also drug paraphernalia, which is the scales and the baggies.
Yes, sir.
And then they also charged you with maintaining a drug premises. And that was because you were at an apartment complex, I guess.
Yes, sir.
And you were not out on the street selling. You were, a search warrant was run on your house. You were arrested. You pled guilty,
Yes, sir.
accepted responsibility,
Yes, sir.
successfully completed your probation and all the terms and conditions of your court ordered sentence, correct?
Yes, sir.
And since that time, you've done everything you could to maintain a positive relationship with the community, yourself, and all your friends and family members, correct?
Yes, sir.
You support your family on a regular basis.
Most definitely.
You have 5 children. Okay. You very much like the commission to grant you a waiver to allow you to pursue the opportunity of being a real estate salesperson in the state of Arkansas, correct?
Yes, yes, I will.
Thank you.
Mr. Davis?
That's all I have this witness.
All right. Commissioners, any follow-up based on Mr. Kyle's question?
Yes, I do have one question, if I may. What led to your arrest? I mean, did they just come up and knock on the door and say, hey?
No, there was, I'm not quite sure of that. I kind of heard through the mill, there was some, where I lived, it was kind of rapid in that area on that hallway. So, actually there was 3 doors, 3 people's, two of my neighbors, everybody's that came in at one time. So I don't know exactly why it was singled out, but I'm sure they had some type of takeaway.
I'm assuming the police came and knocked on your door?
No, they did not. They
They invited themselves in.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Any other commissioners? Thank you. You still want to follow the same procedural protocol, Ms. Davis? You want to call witnesses?
Yes, I'd like to call Ms. Vaughn. Please state your name and employer.
I'm Melissa Bond. I'm the owner of United Rural Estate, Central Arkansas.
And how,
Ma'am, can you speak up just a little bit
No
more?
one ever has told me that.
Maybe pull the microphone a little bit.
That better?
That's better.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
how long have you been a licensee at the commission?
20 years.
And how long have you owned United Real Estate Central Arkansas?
My husband and I bought the franchise in January of 2018.
And you're a principal broker?
Yes, that is correct.
How long have you been a principal broker?
I got my principal broker's license at the time we bought the franchise, so 2018.
Okay. And how many salespeople do you have working under you as a principal broker?
Currently I have 7.
You're willing to take on another?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us how you came to know Mr. Swift.
Basically through, and we talked about earlier, Ann and I have known each other since I was a freshman in college, so it's been a day or 2. And,
That's a couple of centuries.
anyway, and a number of years ago, Ann and I became reacquainted when I sold the property that she had purchased and rehabbed. And since that time, I've stayed in touch, and as you all understand from the way our business works, there's ebbs and flows in how we do things in regard to sales. And so it became important to stage properties and make them, fit your best foot forward. Well, I found out that Ann was doing this, and so I started hiring her and her team, which included signing to stage homes for me. And Signing and I met through that process of them working to stage the properties that I personally had listed. And then as that progression went on, they also worked for another agent in our office and some other agents that are not necessarily our company, but Signing came very highly recommended from everyone because of our lengthy relationship with Ann. We got to know each other, and then I found out he was interested. We're a small firm. I like the idea of kind of helping people get started. So it seemed like a good fit.
Did you have any misgivings when you learned about his criminal background?
No.
And if the commission were to grant the waiver today, place conditions on you, such as notifying Andrea Alford if he moved on from your firm to another firm, would you have any problem reporting that? Or if there were any problems for a period of time where he was working under you, would you have any problem reporting that?
Not at all.
And do you have any type of a mentorship program or training program, or how exactly do you hold your salespeople accountable, make sure they're doing the right things?
Well, obviously, we're a very small firm, so I still have the opportunity to have a pretty tight grip on what's going on. We, in addition to myself, we also have an executive broker who oversees all of our separate transactions. And she's responsible for once the transactions are completed. She goes through the file to make sure that things are as they're supposed to be. So even as small as we are, we kind of have a dual system and the opportunity for our licensees to have different people to access should they have questions, because obviously no one can be available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So those, it's a little easier since we are small.
And since you are small and have an executive broker, does that, provide a level of insight that you think the commissioners would be comfortable with? As far if you were, if Mr. Swift was granted a waiver to be licensed today?
I would say so, yes. She is very experienced agent and is older. And so she has life experience in addition to real estate experience. And we, again, it's simple at this point, as an agency gets larger, it gets harder and harder, but at this point, we have really great communication back and forth where we work together so that everybody pretty much knows what everybody else is doing.
Okay, and is she aware that Mr. Swift is here today seeking the waiver?
Honestly, she's had a death in her family the last few weeks, and so I'm not sure what we're kind of, she had really kind of just come back to work this week, so to be honest, I'm not sure how much she knows, but she's kind of been off for the last 5 or 6 weeks.
Does she know about his background?
I honestly don't remember if we've had that conversation or not.
If you were directed by the commission to disclose his background to her so that she is aware of the circumstances, if he's granted a waiver, there may be conditions, you would be making her aware of those conditions?
Absolutely, yes, she would be fully aware, and honestly, we will, some of the agents in our office know that I am here today. Okay. So it's not something that I have not disclosed. Like I said, she's been primarily out of the office due to death in the family.
Okay. So everyone that needs to know will know.
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions of this witness.
No questions.
Commissioners, any questions? All right, thank you so much for your testimony. I'm going to ask you to just take a seat. We'll get the next witness on. Chairs.
I'd like to call Ann Goodman Massey.
Okay.
Yeah. We don't know where Miss Bond is being. Thank you, Heather. Please state your name.
My legal name is Ann Goodman.
And Ms. Goodman, how do you know Mr. Swift?
My husband decided he was going to become a vegan, and I was not willing to switch my cooking regimen. So, I asked my daughter if she would be mine, and she's a friend who lived in the same apartment complex as Swift, and so she recommended it.
Okay, and how long have you known him?
3 years, 2 years. A terrible time, but yes.
2 to 3 years.
2 to 3 years.
Okay, does he still prepare vegan meals for your husband?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I learned.
Oh, okay, very good. And he also works with you in your staging business. Approximately how long has he been doing that?
Since August, right? 19.
August of 19.
It's August, I know that.
Okay. And how often do you have jobs like that where he helps you?
Well, at first, before the real estate market changed, we were busy always, 5 days a week, maybe work weekends.
So you spent a lot of time on him?
We spent a lot of time with her.
Okay. And I understand from the statement you wrote that's included in the exhibit packet that you not only consider him to be someone who helps you in your business, but also a friend.
Surrogate son, whether he likes it or not.
Okay. How soon into your relationship with him did you learn about his criminal background?
I knew probably a week or two in of his cooking for us.
Okay.
We clicked. I'm a talker, he's a talker. We told our story. We got to know each other.
Okay. You didn't have any reservations about him being in your home or working with you in other people's homes? Okay. Never a reservation? Okay. Have you ever noticed that he's under the influence of drugs when he's working for you or with you?
No.
Do you believe that that part of his life is behind him?
Yes, ma'am. We have addiction in our family, so I'm hyper aware. And the fact that he made a mistake, corrected himself, told me.
Great. If he is granted a waiver to be licensed today, will he be listing properties that you own?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, you encouraged him to seek this out.
It was my fault, yes, ma'am.
And you introduced him to Ms. Bond, obviously. And do you think that's a good fit?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you feel like, you heard her testimony, but just in your relationship with her, do you feel like Mr. Swift would have a be a good learning environment for him, as well as she would protect consumers if she saw anything in this?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell the commission?
Swift is coming into this with some knowledge, just from dealing with the staging, understanding closing and inspection and repairs. And so I just felt like he's just a people person. And I just felt like he had a real chance in this business.
Thank you for your insight. I don't have any other questions for Ms. Goodman.
Thank you. Carl?
Ms. Massey, without being redundant, do you feel that Mr. Swift is a good moral character?
Oh, absolutely.
And do you also have an opinion whether or not he poses a threat to the community or society?
He just knows that.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Excuse me, for this witness? Thank you so much for your testimony, and you may resume your seat. Mr. Chairman, you may follow this witness.
Thank you. I'll call Rick Massey. Please state your name.
I'm Richard N. Massey.
Mr. Massey, do you concur with the testimony that you've heard today from your wife and Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Do you have anything else you'd like to add?
I've been around the real estate industry for my entire adult life. Owned banks, operating in their state, was active in some of those communities. I've been on board of Fidelity National Financial, which is the largest title insurer in the country, and Black Knight, which has 75% of the mortgages in the process, 75% of the mortgage. I've been around the business a long time. I think he's going to be a star. And he's going to be great.
So
he'll be an asset.
So you don't believe that he would pose any threat from the consumer side?
No.
Thank you.
And he's a hell of a cook. He just quit doing it.
No questions.
Oh, sorry.
No questions. No
Any
questions.
questions? Commissioners, any questions? Mr. Massey? Now you can get up. All right, thank you, sir. Closing statements?
Would you like to go first, or would you like me to go first? Okay. Commissioners, as I always do, I respectfully request that you look at the exhibit behind tab A. That's the order of notice of hearing for today. If you would please find that the issues of fact 1, 2, and 3 are true, that the issue of law has been proven in your deliberations, I would appreciate it. I'll just add, you've heard, Mr. Swift and his 3 witnesses and, pretty impressive testimony. I concur, I believe you, I think there's a lot of oversight there. I don't think he would do a great job.
Thank you.
Mr. Moulton, honorable commissioners, on behalf of Mr. Swift, we would greatly appreciate a waiver. We're not contesting issues 1, 2, and 3. Those are true. And Mr. Swift has benefited from, I say benefited, he has had the experience that he will never have again. And with the opportunity to go forward as a realtor in the state of Arkansas, I think we'll be proud of him in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you all very much. At this point in time, we have filed the evidentiary portion of the records are closed. The commission is going to go ahead and deliberate off the record once they reach a decision. They're going to come back on the record and ask for the motion to go. We are off the record.
The first one I ever saw.
Not nobody can call the attorney now to bring order, so we can, okay, there you go.
All right, thank you, sir. We are back on the record. I understand the commission has reached a decision in this matter in record time. Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I
sir.
understand that Ms. Walton's going to make the motion.
Yes, it is.
Could the hearing officer read the motion, please?
I would be happy to, Commissioner. The motion is that the allegations contained in the order of notice of hearing A1 through A3 of the proven and the issues of law in order paragraph reference 1 have also been proven. And that the real estate commission has determined to grant the waiver request of the provisions of ACA section 17-42-315G and allow a license to be issued to the applicant. This decision is based on the condition that the applicant will be on probation for a period of 2 years of active licensure, and the applicant's broker will be notified of the probationary period and for reasons thereof, and he shall notify the executive director of the real estate commission that he or she has been made aware of the actions that are subject to this hearing. If the applicant will change firms, the principal broker of the firm changes, the applicant's new broker will be made aware of the probationary period and the reason thereof, and the broker shall notify the executive director of the real estate commission that he or she has been made aware of these proceedings. Have I stated your motion sufficiently, Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay, so Commissioner, you heard the motion, all approved, signify by saying aye. Aye. All same sign, motion carried.
All right, I will note for the record the decision of the commission was unanimous. I can also assume that there will be an appeal, but I will ask staff to reduce the decision in writing, make sure that the applicant gets a copy of it. And no further questions or comments, I'll call this hearing to a close. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thanks for coming, everyone.
Thank you.
How do we officially waive?
Thank you so much.
You'll be getting.
With that role model.
Congratulations, sir. Okay.
No, oh, no, we're going to.
We want to encourage you, waiver, but this is the way to come see us. We always-
Wait, say no.
But I'd like to keep the binders in town. I can do that. And we can change the number because that looks.
Thank you very much.
Sure. I know we can get him in today.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Hey, brother.
fail report.
Mr. Goff, would you mind shutting that? There's something unique, I don't know if y'all ever hear us fuss about it. The glare from the floor through this door is just like it's just, you just almost can't see. I mean, it's that bad. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so we'll resume at our business meeting. I've already read everything, so no reason to read these three up right, Ms. Alford.
That's correct.
Okay, so we'll pick it up and let you take off. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Moore. So you should all have copies of the pass-fail report in front of you, and it looks like this. It's an Excel spreadsheet. It's 3 pages. We will start with the first page, which is the Arkansas broker exam. And this is for calendar year 2020. So you'll see the schools are grouped by educators who can offer both classroom and distance education for pre-license, educators who offer only classroom for free, and then educators who offer distance only for free. Now, on the broker exam, if an educator is in the both category, that does not necessarily mean that they are offering the broker course by pre-license, or that all of their students would have taken by distance ed for pre-license. So just bear that in mind, and I would say carry the delivery method with less weight than you might on the salesperson exam. So at the bottom of the page, you'll see, or about midway down, you'll see the overall pass-fail rates for all candidates for the broker exam. So our overall first-time test takers were passing at a rate of 74%. And then total test takers were passing at a rate of 66%. Within the first time test takers, our highest pass rate is 100%, but that's 3 students. So if you take a more measured approach to the number of test takers, the next highest pass rate is 85% for first-time test takers, followed by 79% at C11. And then for our total test takers, our highest pass rate with 5 or more candidates is B3 at 81%.
But if I can jump in and see if I'm correct, what jumps off to me is B8.
Yes.
Am I wrong? I mean,
You are not wrong.
I started saying, so I'm seeing some not bad performance, and then all of a sudden I'm at B8.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So it would seem to me, our focus ought to be talking about 36%, because our averages there is not bad. And all of a sudden we have one BA that's dropped that low.
Mm-hmm.
We need to visit. Bobby?
Most, yeah.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Thank you for putting all this together. So does B8 stay B8 in the next one, Adam?
Yes, the school codes are uniform across the board. So if you all are ready to look at the salesperson exam, we can. The next page that you have will be the Arkansas Law module of the salesperson exam. And again, it's broken up by delivery method. And in the classroom and distance providers category, B8 actually has the highest first-time
Yeah,
pass rate.
so what does that tell us?
Well, depending on a couple of things, it could tell us that they're teaching better on the sales exam, but specifically with the broker exam, because they only had 11 first-time test takers, some of those could have tested in December and then come back in January of this year and passed on their second try, which is why we look at the total numbers as well as the first-time test takers. And so that's one of the reasons why the statistics in this form are a little bit challenging because they don't tell the whole story.
Do we know if it's the same instructor, or is it a different instructor for sales and brokers
We
in that scenario?
don't know. And we don't know when these candidates took their well, I say we don't know. I don't know off the top of my head when these candidates took their pre-license. Of course, we can get that information. But it could be that the 7 who didn't pass on the first time, 5 of them took their broker pre-license 2 years ago. And the 4 who passed on the first time took it last month. It's a little, it's not as common for us to see that span in the broker exam, which is why our broker exam numbers are typically better. But it is possible. And especially if they took their broker pre-license before COVID and then had to wait while the testing centers were closed to take their broker exam. So back to the Arkansas law module, on the sales exam, the overall first-time pass rate is 46%. And compared to the full exam, the overall first-time pass rate for the full exam is 40%.
So when we were in Andrea, I don't believe you were there, I think Bob and Suzette were both there. We talked about Arkansas's numbers under 50%, and they looked at us like, you've got to be kidding.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, that's accurate.
They were, one state, and I forget who it was 58%, they just thought it was the most egregious thing in the world.
One thing that I want us to do at the staff level is meet with Pearson View, which we are overdue for, to do an item review session where we go through and we review the items on the exams and we see how they're performing. When was the last time we had one of those?
It would have been 2 years ago because we do that in an odd number of years. So it is time for us to do that.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I want to take a harder look at the salesperson exam than we have. Because obviously, there are several differences between candidates for broker and candidates for sales. Candidates for brokers have a lot more experience because they've been in the business. At the same time, the broker exam tests for broker knowledge, for day one broker knowledge. But we developed the broker exam and had a hand in developing the broker exam to a greater extent than with the sales exam. And so I want us to look at the exam and just make sure that we're addressing everything we can in terms of how the exam is written.
Comments, thoughts, Commissioner?
Even though we're not 100% sure about some of the stuff, wouldn't it be prudent at this time to visit with State VA, for example, on the broker's exam, and just have a conversation with her? And some of these others where the fail rate, or the pass rate rather, is not very high. Just seems to me like it's time, seems, and especially when we've got some documentation, and we can go, at least right now, let's sit down with them and go, okay, here's what the numbers are showing, tell me what's going on in your class, tell me what's going on in mine, tell me what's going on in your school. I mean, I may be totally wrong on that, but I think one of the whole reasons that we've been looking for figures and documentation is so that we can have a conversation, that we know what we're talking about. And I think this is showing that we, to some extent, we know what we're talking about.
But there's a chance VA doesn't know how VA stacks up against everybody else, right?
That's what I think, time for conversation.
Yeah, but, it might just help to go to VA and say, tell us what's happening. Because they don't know.
Right.
Couldn't you share everybody's numbers with them and say, what do you attribute your successes, what do you attribute the failures? I mean, just kind of get some feedback from every instructor, every school.
Well, I think right now, and I want to get to the point where we're sharing names, but I think right now, we can and should be showing them this chart that we have here with VA's name, maybe not the other names right now, but with VA's name on there so that, just like you're saying, they can see how they stack up against these other schools.
What if we did this? What if we just took this whole thing, nobody has any names on it, they don't know who VA is, we don't know who VA is. What if we said all this to every school prior to the retreat, and asked the educators to say, give us some comments about what you said. What do you think? What does this tell us? Yeah, when do we get them to tell us, what do y'all say? And you could send it from you and say, this was what the commissioners wanted me to do. I know what they said, but they wanted to hear from you as to what do you see?
I would provide some explanation, because you're gonna have a lot of questions.
Well, and we need them to give us answers, say, what do you expect us to do about this? Does that sound acceptable?
We can certainly do that.
Couldn't she start out that y'all returned from the conference and that Arkansas had the lowest rate?
I don't know if that's fair to say for sure, because we didn't, it was just
Well,
definitely.
everybody, but it was definitely the climate.
I mean, you could start the conversation out with that, and then that brought us to this.
Well, we told the educators at, I believe, the 2019 educator retreat that we were looking at this and that we were planning to publish the pass-fail rates soon. And so they've been put on notice.
I think they'll come up with some really interesting observations if we give them a chance. Maybe more excuses than anything, who knows?
That's true.
But if we give them a chance,
There might be some actual reasonable.
we might get some reasonable feedback. What do you think? Not likely?
Well, I think we'll get a lot of what we got at the educator retreat 2 years ago, which was, well, no, we got pushback, and it was, some students are not good test takers. It was, some students wait too long to take the test. It was, we can't force someone to pass the test. There were a lot of reasons given, but I can word it such that I don't want to hear why students might not be faring well on the exam. I want to hear what you think you could be doing to improve how your students are faring on the exam? Or do you think
Yeah,
that you have a responsibility for that?
but if you see, go
Focus
ahead,
in.
please, please.
Yes, because when I got ready to go to insurance school, my instructor got up and said, I am here to help you pass the test. And that's what their job is to do, is to educate you and help you pass the test. So they shouldn't be on the offensive.
Right.
It's just really all over the place, the more you look at it though. Okay, let's let you get back, thank you for your comments, let's go back to what else you would have for us to look at.
So the last sheet is the general module of the exam. This is also what we call the national portion of the exam. The overall first-time pass rate on the general portion is 62%, compared to 40% for the full exam. So overall, students are faring better on the national portion of the exam than they are on the Arkansas law portion of the exam, which to me points to inconsistencies in what is being taught for the Arkansas law portion of the exam.
Absolutely.
What'd you say, Sophia?
Absolutely. If they, if 62% can pass the general portion, then they have the aptitude to be able to pass the law portion if they were given that information to study. Is what I would guess.
Bob, as an educator, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, Tony, as you very well know, I'm not real bright. But this goes against some of their answers, and some people just don't do test papers and all this stuff.
Yeah,
They're good enough to pass the general. So if they're not good enough to pass the law, to me, there's one answer that stands out more than anything else. And that's that either what you're teaching them isn't right, or the way you're teaching them, which should be the same way you're teaching the general, something doesn't smell right. And I don't care what excuse they want to give. Well, I've got some dummies in my class, I've got some people that don't understand. They understand they have to go one way a lot better than they go another way. And so that just doesn't make sense to me.
If you compare the general module to the top section of the law module, every single one of the law portion is less except for B3.
And this is where the content area performance statistics are going to come in handy. Because this is something that we can provide the schools and say, okay, for your school, less than, your students are scoring less than 50% on the 4 questions about the powers and duties of the Real Estate Commission. And so we can identify the weaknesses by the different areas in the content outline and show them where their students are scoring high and where their students are struggling.
Do you know, do the schools get the metrics from Pearson VUE?
They can if they request them. They don't have access to the dashboard the way that we do. But they can, I'm sure if they requested it from Pearson VUE, they would be able to.
Pearson has consistently had a system where the schools can request to receive a monthly report for their past rates.
And so you have this information on it?
For their particular school, yes.
So they're already, or should be already aware of their metrics.
The information is available to them if they make that request.
So the next question is, how many of them care enough about what's going on to request that information? And do we have the ability to know that?
I'm sure we could ask Pearson how many schools regularly receive that information.
Because if I was the owner of a school, and I go by my reputation, I would want to know what's going on in my school, so I would know if I need to improve, if they need to shake up a couple of these structures or whatever the case may be.
Right.
But if they're not even, I don't get the information out of it. You know, that would bother me more probably than anything else. What do you think, Sherman, more?
Well, I'm just, help me, what is our fail rate, pass rate versus the full exam? Am I looking at this right?
So on the salesperson exam, for the full exam, the first time pass-fail rate is 40/60. For all tests taken, so first time and repeats, the pass-fail rate is 41/59.
So, how much of that is Arkansas? So help me with the Arkansas part versus Arkansas part versus the general.
Arkansas, first-time test takers, well, it's the same for first-time and totals. Pass rate to fail rate is 46 to 54. So, more or less, if you, the repeat attempts are not improving the total pass rate.
You know what happens in private business when I get these kind of reports? I send it back and say, that's not acceptable. This has to change. How long is it gonna take to implement the change? Because we're not gonna take these. That's not how we're gonna do it. There's almost nothing good in this thing. Just, can we just throw it all out and start all over?
Well, you know, sure, we can. I will say the broker exam is a huge improvement over where it was before we developed the unified broker exam.
Yeah, I should say that's the one part I'm not fussing about there. That's not bad. Not bad. Those same people who couldn't pass the test, by the way, are still finally passing it, going up and taking the broker's exam and passing it at a pretty high rate. I think. Some percentage of that helps equate to this percentage over here. Well, okay. Let's give some direction here, Commissioner. Susanna will start on that end and just work our way across. So let's say anything for the group on this report that you'd like to ask and or see.
If I was an instructor, I would want to see this information. So I think that we share it with them. I'd like to see us share it with them. I'd like to see us say, if you're not taking advantage of seeing your metrics through Pearson VUE, you know, that here's the steps to do that. And then is there any feedback you can provide that, why these numbers are so low? And just kind of see what they're saying.
I agree with her. I mean, as a business owner myself, I look at my numbers every single day. And so I can't imagine these instructors or whoever runs these schools that they would not want to know this information. Especially if you're doing good.
Right.
I just need to remind the commissioners, the people who are watching on Zoom, we have about 6 participants, I think, on Zoom, or we did earlier. They cannot hear you if you're not speaking into your microphones. They don't get the ambient sound, they just get the microphones, so if you would keep that in mind.
Have anything else? Bob? What do you say? What's the word? Let's help
Well, we've got to help.
them. Yeah.
we've got to help them. But they need to understand where they need help.
Talking about the instructors, need to understand.
I'm talking about the instructors, yes. And I understand about students. Probably in school, I was one of those students who wasn't smart enough to pass this. However, you can't lay it all off to the students at all. We know there's a percentage, and that's just life. But you can't lay it all off to them. I think as an instructor, just like as a broker, I bear some responsibility for my agents. I bear some responsibility for my students.
So let's make sure we leave today with the specific clarity for the commission, what we want to see when we come back. Did I hear you say you want to send this? Suzette said send it, they said send it. Send this report. You good with that?
Yes, I think we need to send the report. I still think we need to have a conversation with the individuals on here, the schools on here that are not showing good results, and have a conversation. I think we really need to have a good conversation at the educator retreat. An open conversation on what you were talking about.
Ms. Brunton, what do you say? I want you to say it there, because they can hear you.
Send it.
Send it.
Yeah.
Okay, so, Andrew, I think it's consensus up here to send the report. Number two, I think it is to send it, we talked to Courtney today about doing some monitoring, especially on Zoom. I would like to concentrate that monitoring focus around the bottom third of the production sheet. And if she does have, she mentioned about going out and actually getting into some monitoring. And I would like to concentrate on the bottom third of any active class that she runs. Let's start and work our way up. Commissioners, good? And then I think we have to really tighten the nut on this before the educators retreat, because if that doesn't show promise, I would like to know how many people are getting the reports from Pearson View to Garrett to see, do they care enough to find out what their pass-fail rate is, who that is? If that's not the case, I think that tells us something right there. And then we get our strategy ready for the fall on what we want to see education. This is not acceptable. I hope I'm going on record. This is not acceptable. These numbers are just not acceptable. I think I'd like to know, I'd be glad to be a part of it. I'll drive down when Pearson View comes to talk about the back. I think I was here with you the last time they did it. And so I'd love to be a part of that again, to talk about the test questions and performance and looking at the performance data of those questions. We have something wrong with our side of this fence too. Don't know what it is yet, but we may have a question that is failing. If 10% of people are passing, 9% are missing a question, we have a bad question. Maybe. You can ask some pretty hard questions, man. She's pretty. Okay.
If I can say one more thing, Andrea, I appreciate you
Oh,
and staff and what you've done on this, because we've been talking about this for a few years now, and we've not gotten any closer than what we are right now. And this really helps us to know that we're actually, what we're saying is actually true. And so I appreciate this information and any other information that we get.
Absolutely, that's the best report I think it's not pretty numbers, just a good report. Okay, Andrew, what else?
Well, just one more thing on this. I would like to revise this report to include the first 6 months of 2021 so that we can head off any 2020 was a COVID year arguments.
Commissioners, in front of that, I would love, I don't want to hear that as an issue, so I think that's perfect. Everybody good with that? Very good, let's do that. And then, we'll take it from there.
Okay.
Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, anything else? All minds clear? We are adjourned.
Thank you all.